The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
You thought we was going away. Nah, it's Speak Out.
But let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as the public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still delivering.
We've done a lot. Not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Carriacou and Timati.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
Even don't go that far, no? Just remember knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered.
We're happy to have you.
On Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Going.
Just want to say good morning again to you right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out Unfiltered for today, Thursday, 26th day of June. Good morning. How are you doing this morning? Well, I'm so glad that you're able to join us. I'm looking at our listeners on Facebook, and those of you on YouTube, good morning. On the internet, good morning. And on you listening to you in the radios and whatever system that you're using today, good morning to you as well. It's always a pleasure being here on a Thursday as we discuss issues of concern and we inform, also entertain, and it's always interactive as well. And if you want to call us on the program, you can call us at 403-0101, 403-0101, and 443-0101, 443-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. So let me introduce the other hosts of the program right here on Vibes FM. Milton Coy. Good morning. Good morning. Smiling to me here. Good
I haven't
morning.
heard that name for a long time.
Milton Coy.
The full name, right?
Yes, man. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning to listeners. Good morning to you, Kim. Good morning to Solio, is already here. Although he said that he had some problems in the garden this morning. Somebody called, a neighborhood call, just ran through his plant. Now we're in the hurricane season. I mean, in the planting season. So I guess, you have to hold those animals, please. Hold those animals. Not only the cow, but the sheep and the goat and all those things. Hold them, because we're in the planting season. But yes, it's nice to be back with you and to share these moments. I think it's something that I really look forward to. The thing is, we share ideas. It doesn't mean that one person is always right, or I am always right, or you are always right. It means then that we are having a conversation, and of course we can learn from this. So, and I trust that we will learn. There would be some opposing or different views. Let that be a lesson, don't let it be an argument about such. So I look forward, yes, I do look forward to engagement and good program today.
Okay.
SLO?
Okay. So, Leo, good morning as well. It's a learning institution, as you very well heard from Mr. Coy. Eh?
Yes,
So, definitely we are in school,
well,
and
of
school
course.
is officially open.
Yes.
The bell ring.
Bell ring.
And who am I not to concur with what my good colleague Mr. Coy has just mentioned? So good morning all within the listening area of Vibes FM. Good morning, my Redeemer. And it does seem as though it's yesterday, but it's almost 3 weeks since I've been on Vibes, you know.
Yeah.
But circumstances beyond our control in one instance and the other. We had to just honor the holiday.
Yeah.
So here we are. Well, I must tell you what I realize is that campaign season seems to be open.
Yeah.
And the punches are...
Call it campaign season. I say stupid season.
Well, and it seems as though the punches are flying left and right. So I think we too, if we're not going to take the gloves off, we should at least lessen the sponge in the glove. Because...
It's not easy blow now.
Yeah, blow now. You have to,
I feel it.
yeah. Get yourself ready for what's happening, yeah? And because there's so many lies, bandied around, and for those who know better, sometimes they tend to believe it. And I listened carefully, and in some instances, some of our very own people who profess to be NDC are buying into it. I must give credit to the great black wizard who said that NNP is a mentality, not a party. Because we have a lot of NDCs nowadays who song like NNP, I ain't get this, I ain't get that, I ain't get this, I ain't get that. Patience is a virtue, my friends. Patience is a virtue. It's going to come. Rome wasn't built in a day, and everything can happen overnight. So that being said, I yield to you, my Redeemer. Take charge.
Thank you so much. You said so much there, and you mentioned campaign season already started. You could feel the vibes already. And NDC anyway, is the front runner and would stay in front, and they're going to increase the lead as they go forward. It's just a matter of time. But right now, as I said last week, on the program, warm we are warm. We're just warming up.
Yes. But I caution you. That you be careful, because from what's happening there, I refer to them as unforeseen circumstances. Where you least expect party forming, party forming, you least expect.
Yeah, but speaking about party forming, and looking at the picture right now, somebody sent me a sort of a photo, just about a week or something ago, And there were about 6 maybe parties, I think, in the race, or the possible in the race.
Yeah, well, they are. It's not only 2. And while at times we like to think it's 2, them or us, that kind of attitude. There are a lot of other parties there because people are really getting involved in this thing because they want to run a country or take the country forward. They're getting into it that because they want to be recorded in history as saying I competed in an election in Guyana, and this is what has happened. So there's no genuine thrust to help us as it were. When I ask myself the question, what are they planning for education? What is the foreign policy on several issues? So we have to not just be in it just because we want to. Let's say history documented us that, oh yes, I competed in an election in Guerrero, but was it a genuine intention to build and to help transform and grow the people? No, it just what? Just to say I wasn't it.
You're part of it?
Yeah.
Well, with all the different parties that have been formed now, as the parang will say, you must be aware that this is rainy season. This is not dry season, so you have to tie beast, you have to tie animal. Too much Lego beast, you can start in party, you know what I mean? You can, no, it's time to tie your animals, not let them go.
Yeah.
So I don't
keep them under control.
Yeah. People want to plant.
And you still have this Lego?
Yeah. You come and you let him go more all the time.
Yeah.
No man, do better than that.
But I think this upcoming election, is going to be very interesting. I think it's going to be, as I sometimes would mention to my friends when I'm speaking, it could be the mother of all elections, meaning that the NDC would just stamp it outright. Listen, we are the leader, we are the one, and just move away. And because the country right now is a trajectory, moving forward nicely and progressively. And this is what you want to maintain, because what's happening now, to get it to the point where you want to get it at 100%, it will take some time. There's no if about it.
I don't think there'll ever come a time when we get it 100%.
No, but I've listened to the Honorable Kate Lewis in Brooklyn, and she was saying to the few people gathered there that this government is the most corrupt in history. So I don't know how you could say that, but my good friend Kem Jones was able to detail a few instances of real corruption in the last administration.
Yeah, definitely.
You're talking about the from the call center.
Yeah, there were so many of them that were...
The precious gem, and I still upset you ain't talk about the potential.
Well, no, I guess he ain't talk about it because that had to go on your head to come walking tongue. That had to go on your head to walking tongue.
No, I held it up now because, I mean, in fairness, we have the ravages of Beryl created some urgencies that we have to deal with first.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, common sense must dictate this time. Yeah. But that ain't coming back on not as long as.
But as you mentioned, as you mentioned, corruption.
Yeah.
I think this shouldn't be a word that should be used by the opposition, the NNP at all, because I mean they're the master of that. Over the years, I mean it has proven itself.
Well, one thing I could tell you, I wouldn't challenge them if it's a fight for corruption. I'm challenging them. Cut me the kind of because they will lose.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's what has been taking place. But you find them barking, because they are empty at this time, very, very empty. And there's nothing much to really see. So they have to just make some noise in wherever corner they are, just to be heard. That's it, just to be heard.
When I listen to them as they put in, they can't even reproach you. They can't say, well, I did you decide.
I do that.
No, definitely.
Well, yes, they could say, I kept you in this position for all your life. Yeah, they kept you down. They kept you down. This is what I have done to you. Mm-hmm. So it can be said that for sure.
Okay. Well, yes, from that context. What you saying there? Yeah. But on the other side, this government has performed so well. And, we just came to the 3rd anniversary, yeah?
Yes.
And, I heard Honorable Andy Williams, in his town hall just a couple of days ago,
Mm-hmm.
And he had a list of the checks, which was so impressive. He could have just checked all night, We've done this check, did this check, and the list just continued for about 5-10 minutes. They had to basically stop him and say, well, that is enough for now.
You go over drum. Water checks. Could be OD. So, wow.
But so much things have been said, just someone just messaged me just a while ago and was telling me that Amanda was on some shaggy program this morning and criticizing the government for giving people wooden houses.
Who's Amanda?
Which Amanda? What is it? How would I know?
You see,
What?
they're getting popular on this program.
Which one? That's
Some
faceless.
Amanda's, no.
No.
I think her last name is Japal, maybe, or something.
Oh,
like that.
young girl.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's who she is. Yeah.
Okay.
But was talking about that the government, giving back wooden houses.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
And yes.
My next question was, and what?
No. But what they mentioned to me too is that in 2004, the NNP gave only a couple of wooden houses, but just give material wood. Now this government is giving you more than that. This government is giving you prefab houses. They're giving you build back better houses, wall. They're doing so much, and they're still giving you materials to do your own repairs.
Well, back then, NNP turned out to be a wholesale dealer because a lot of the materials they give to the people retail it, they sell it out. And pure is a wholesale dealer. And because in some instances, the material that was given to very poor people, it's not enough to start a house.
No.
So the people did
they put it on their house.
What is best?
Or
Yes.
put in storage, whatever. Because listen, and this happened to me just before the last election. There was someone who had these materials there, stored up for the longest while. Decided to make me a deal.
Give my way too?
Yeah. You say, watch, I have some material there all the time, You could use it and give me a money. You could take it and give me a money. Just give me.
Of all persons.
Yeah, he said,
take it to make that deal with you.
Yeah, because they figure they want cash now.
Yes.
And they figure that I have the cash and I might be able to use the materials. And not that it was a good deal,
Yeah, because they're a good businessman. Those people get the material and they want to get it every day, trusting. They need this cash.
Just out of that.
Just out of that.
Vibes FM. Let me take it first call. Vibes FM caller, come in.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning to the three panelists.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, morning.
To Mr. Leo.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I have a point here which I really.
Yes, caller, go ahead. Don't listen to your radio. Listen to us. Your radio's behind. Yeah.
Yeah. What I want to say. No. NMP trying a kind of strategy to get the people off guard. But also they try. They fail. And this is NMP don't have nothing good. And you see they making allegation and Andy and all the other parliament representative, but they don't have no proof. and as Kim Jones have said that what he have said about any one of the NMP supporter, he have his proof. He could put it on the table, but they cannot put their own on the table. They don't have nothing, absolutely nothing. Big man as Keith, who say he have doctor degree of education, and yes, he dunce. He's a very dunce man.
Confidently.
That dunce man. Anyhow.
Yeah.
All you have a good day.
Okay. Thank you.
Continue the program.
And you too.
And keep that program going on.
You too.
Let the people hear you all and don't afraid, man. Look, because look. My wife is an NP and so I don't give her any short day. And I tell me we do long.
Yeah, well, you're bad like that.
Yeah.
But I put you in a position, Listen, try your best to convince her.
Yeah.
Slowly. Do it slowly.
Well, that's why you're playing me radio loud and I play, and if you, man, I have me radio and Vice FM from the time I found all you. That's where me radio is,
Yeah, okay. All right. Yes.
And then you see, I'm on here. I was just scrolling down on my radio, and who voice I heard was Cam John, and what I feel happy from that day onwards.
Yeah.
Because if you cut me, you're not red blood,
yellow
blood.
They say yellow is the color.
I'm an NDC from me bones.
Yes, all right.
And we're doing good work.
Yes.
Like a fella say on Grenada this morning that NMP was there for 20 almost years, 23 and a half years. And he started to condone things that NEC have done in just about 3 years' time. And NMP don't do it in that, not even in 23 and a half years. So
yeah,
we did.
all
Yes.
right.
And those who want to follow NMP, they are done as the leader. You can hear MP.
Yeah.
When last year Pierre come and talk, and then and then Monday when Tuesday when I listen to Bola, I said lies. I said lies Bola give. No man, they play the fool now. Anyhow,
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead. Thank
have
you.
a good day.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
bye-bye.
Yep,
But this
yep.
caller just mentioned something there, which I just wanted to just piggyback a little bit on. In that he mentioned that, if you're going to have allegations, you're going to, you should have some evidence. You
yes,
should have some facts to back
substantiate
substantiate your claims.
Yeah.
You should do that. But they're empty and they're just trying to just throw these things in the air, just with a very gappy tail. And if it bears some fruit, that's about it. But these things that they're talking about, who corrupt or who ain't corrupt and things like that, like I tell you, they have no evidence and they can't bring it forward, and they could just rat. That's it.
All this corruption thing you hear this NNP people talking about, they're talking from experience.
Mm-hmm.
Because they make corruption. So who are you trying to fool? I won't argue with them. I tell you, with me in that regard. So I ain't arguing with them.
Oh, you're contesting.
No, I'm contesting.
You're contesting that.
NNP better than me. I give up.
They manufactured the word.
Yeah.
That's it.
No.
but it's going to be interesting. And like I say, based on what is taking place right now, this government is, been performing. And I think the performance of the government has really struck them badly. They were not anticipating that.
I'm listening to people talking about corruption. And what I'm hearing in recent days and recent times is that some speculation and rumors have been out talking about, what we have been hearing. But I recall the corruption in those NNP times reached to a level where they had to be, we had to bring in
journalists,
Cheltenham, hold on, to conduct an inquiry. So it wasn't just talk about that, but the country reached to a place where we had to have that inquiry, to find out if it's so or not.
Mm-hmm. You're right about that.
So when Cheltenham came, I recall there are times I went down to the Trade Center where some of these things have been held, and the report is there. The report is there for us to see, but it was shelved in a way that it wasn't exposed to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there are some damning evidence and information that came out from a report, and it was something ordered. Of course, Keith Mitchell at the time, the Prime Minister, had to endorse it and to say, okay, all right, you all saying this, we're going to have an inquiry. But the result of the inquiry is still there, and we haven't really had a national discussion on what came out of that inquiry.
Yeah, because you see, this was all shushes under the cover. They're trying to downplay it as much as possible. And this is one of the things that's been going on for the longest while. And that's why I've been saying they should never speak about anything like corruption, because they are the father. They manufactured it. But gentlemen, just hold a second, please, because we have all the calls backing up on us.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, caller? Come in. What's up, caller? Hello? Yeah, hello? Yeah, go ahead.
How are you?
Oh, not bad. And how are you doing?
Listen, anything better than this is heaven.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to share a little disappointment with you. Can I get a little bit more video from Vibes? The reason being, I trace Kem Jones on Caracol, and I heard one of the Caracol-born persons said the next day that Kem Jones refused to show that all Kevin did was to help Uncle Leo and help him. And he had the audacity for calling the name. I don't know why people in Carriacou stop else don't know what. I'm thankful to God that I am already a registered person. And I am also coming down in time to vote. But I heard someone said yesterday that the folks in the diaspora was poison to Grenada. And I need some time between now and when you finish, somebody enlighten us what caused us as people born long before these children came into existence. Because Mr. Kim, I would like you to know that since I was in uniform, some of your podcasters was in liquid form. When I perform with the politics under Mr. Gary, under Mr. Bishop, under Keith, some of your children didn't born yet. So some of them ain't know what they're talking about. Thank you for your contribution to the diaspora. I'm listening. God bless Uncle Leo.
Thank you, sir.
And Brother Coy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me take another call before we continue. Vibes FM and next caller. What's up, caller? Come in. You're on.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Yes, man.
Good to see you all. Firing from all 14 cylinders. Corruption. The father of corruption in Grenada is criticizing the children for corruption. Well, let me put it that way. Or people are saying, monkey see, monkey do. So don't blame the children, blame the parents. Right? Now, there are 10, oh my God, I have 110,000 people?
Approximately.
Arguably.
Good. You know, if each one in the 110 persons going to mention one corruption under the NNP, you know, they will finish and we have to ask for people from the Caribbean to add to that. And I'm talking about corruption that was never dealt with. Let me take marketing board. They control marketing board. $1 million disappear from marketing board. It was brought to the nation. We hear that they will investigate. The manager was moved from one place to another. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think he was moved from the initial manager. I think was GBN first.
Yeah, GBN.
Right. Then marketing board. And when that part of corruption broke out, he was sent to the Ministry of Finance to work. Yeah? Where is the investigation? And I heard Dr. Mitchell on social media talking about the government should have set up an inquiry into Andy. He mentioned Andy. Okay? Nobody has evidence concerning Andy. His former ministers of government couldn't come and say Andy lying when he says ministers don't sign those contracts. Okay? Now, he is still talk, and he have a way of tone down, have a kind of pitiful tone of voice that people should feel sorry for him and pay attention to what he say. But he is the prime minister who said, the damn money is mine and Australia didn't get more. Now, isn't that corruption? As far as I was told, if any one of you are invited to or have to represent the government in some meeting overseas, but the people who financing it didn't send the money on time for you, you could use your own money, but whenever you return, when that money come to you, incoming directly to you, but your bills have to be presented to whoever in government, and they will do whatever addition or deduction or whatever, and give you back the money that you spent. I always say, if anybody could correct me on that, I don't have a problem with that. But that's part of the information that I know I have. So you went, they accused you for collecting a briefcase with money. You denied. And on your election platform, you said, your damn money, you're sorry you didn't get more. So what are you telling me? You did collect money that should have gone to the consolidated fund before returning to you. But you, it was the boss at the time. You do what you want. But you put pressure on Michael Baptiste. Yeah? You put pressure on, well, I could use the pressure, you run allegations against them. You came back in office and you touched none of them. And the question from me is why? Because if you are my opponent and I have you under the radar for corruption, when I replace you, I should be going into that. Okay? But no evidence against those, so we couldn't come up with them. We could go on and on and on. I'm not as skillful as Ken to bring up so much, but a few is sufficient. So who is Dr. Mitchell to asking for the governor and the prime minister to have an investigation in Andy? And as I say, and there are others too. Who are the others? Call the others' name. Okay?
Yeah.
What about Faitlin?
Faitlin.
Yeah, Faitlin, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The investigation, or what happened? Is up on Faitlin now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was sounding loud. All right, and then Faitlin calmed down. Now Faitlin is a opposition leader.
Mm.
Now, I feel she should be brought back under the microscope. But Grenadians already understood what is happening. The NNP have nothing to campaign on. So what they are doing, they, as the Prime Minister called them, social media badgers. Good. They fighting a war on social media that they still cannot win. The government do enough to take all 15 seats next election. Some people say we want an opposition. But if you have an opposition now that cannot act as an opposition, would you want to continue with them?
Nope.
Not at all.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, right. And the telephone numbers before we continue: 403-0101, 403-0101, 443-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. If you want to call and make a contribution to the program, you can do so. Now, let me just switch a little bit, Gentlemen, I don't know, did you hear that the NNP had some sort of a, what do you call it, in New York last weekend, some kind of whatever, public meeting?
Meet and greet.
Meet and greet or something?
Meet and greet is called.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
I think they attempted a town hall and it turned out to be a country hall.
Yes, well, but the reason why I'm asking is because I've been looking on social media.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see little clips here and there of what happened, because usually, I mean, when they have their thing, they would throw it up on social media and you could view it, and they could, show off with it or whatever. But I'm unable to find it.
NNP and dirty laundry in public.
No, okay, but that's what I heard. I understand that the thing bus.
Well, I'll call it dirty laundry.
Do we call it? Yeah. And my good friend Cambridge, I would tell him to go and drive the bus for them, But
you won't do it.
You won't do it.
You won't do it. You won't do it. Now, waste of time. You ain't wasting time.
The bus could drive empty.
The
bus could drive empty.
What was sad about that, I got a glance at it, and here was Miss Kate Lewis saying to the few people, if you attend these days, you can call it congregation, that or audience, your people in Grenada are suffering because this government is the most corrupt government. Those was coming from Kate Lewis.
Yeah.
I said, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know she was a graduate. Because you can be so wicked. You have to be able to say those things. You have to go to school, you have to go to university to learn something about wickedness. So I don't understand.
Vibes FM? Line and color coming. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. How you doing? How everybody doing?
All right.
Good morning, thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah, well, the call center was corruption. Share bank was corruption. The tree farm was corruption. Corruption. The chicken farm was corruption. It's a lot to talk about because there are people who died and they never get the money from care bank. So all that was corruption. You know?
Yeah.
And in any case, I'm listening to the program, like WFM program for the few months. And it's 21 years now, Ivan come and gone. Which nobody never called upon Prime Minister, like the Dr. Kid Mitchell and his minister. Give them concrete house, But that would now call upon my Prime Minister, which is Adik and Mitchell. Give them concrete house, build concrete house for them, build concrete house for them. They will sleep and dream 99 times for the day, they'll never get concrete house. And if it's that, you want the Prime Minister to do, there's a no. A lot of value NMP. Shame. A lot of value waste all your time. Below the NMP, 23 years and a half or how much years. Only was for a fortnight work on the road, a contract, a supervisor, a hand checker, and get all the materials, and then all sell out all the materials and then because the former minister one the told one, ain't I give you already? Ain't I give you already? That was the former minister, NMP tell, and because he get twice and he sold it out, you know? And I will still have material in a kind of house and below a house sweating like cocoa, sweating with galvanized and tarpaulin and thing, you know? But this government, what? I will stand up and look up some nice little houses, what is people in there, you know? NMP getting out. NDC getting out. Everybody getting out. That is all the corruption houses what NNP live back since 2004 and 5. And the people who is living below the tarpaulin are already saying that is the 21 years ago now. 21 years. You know? And this government is changing about a lot of things, yeah? It's changing about a lot of things. So kudos to him and hats up to my lovely Prime Minister and to all his hard working team out there. And maybe now Ms. Jerimo here about check all the work over the industry, which is the minister, Mr. Andy Williams. But now she might think now and feel now is a big check that he might get from, you know what I mean? Okay, but Ms. Jerry, check the work. You take it and call it, put it in the pipe and smoke it. Bring the evidence, bring it come. You too wicked for a woman. And he was in the NDC party. Like, and anybody who was with the NDC party and they turn and they go back to our next party like the NAP party, so they do them. What they give some value to what? And you use it. Have a good morning to all the hard-working planting farmers out there.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much.
Good observation, caller.
Yeah, no, he is. Yeah, he's on point. You know, we've got a number of things that he's speaking about. You know,
yes,
it makes a lot of sense.
If you leave NDC for NNP, you didn't move forward. In a sense, that's what the caller say.
Wasn't you who said earlier on this morning, quoting Wizard, that NNP is a mentality?
Yes. Mentality, yes.
You don't have to be physically under the tent.
Yes.
But the way you behave and the way you think defines you.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. So
okay.
true.
Let me take another call there first before we move. The Vibes FM. What's up, caller? Coming.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning, compare.
Hey.
How you do?
All right, I'm doing all right. I still hold some Karaku boy.
Good for you. We were coming
I make so much noise in Karaku, I still hold.
We were coming to
Good
that.
morning, Compelio.
Yes, my friend. How are you?
All right, I'm doing all right. And good morning, Compare Koi.
Compare good morning to you as well. Yes.
Yeah. I heard of this lady speaking in the same whatever it is, town hall, city hall, whatever hall it is in
Country hall.
New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, country hall. I heard this lady speaking, and I'll be brief. And what I really concluded is that she actually reading the NNP eulogy, but in an earlier time. It sounds like NNP eulogy for the future. So she maybe get practicing to give the eulogy for the NNP in 2027 or whatever the bettering. Because all the corruption she talking, when you look at it, when you listen and you look at it, the most corrupt government, that's NNP she talking about.
Yep.
The most corrupt government in the Caribbean was in the NNP government. So I remember when Boso went somewhere, he shut down the program and the guy gave him the truth. He couldn't handle it. When the guy tell him, well, you understand that, and it's not people, not alleged or anything, so you know, it was proven that they were the most corrupt government in the Caribbean. So I think he's reading the eulogy of the NNP for 2027. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. But isn't it amazing, you know? It's going to be history, you know, to read your eulogy. Usually someone will read your eulogy, you know, because you're unable to do so. But I believe they're changing the narrative, maybe.
You see, in the world of crooks and criminals, there's a network, you know. There's a lot of interaction and a lot of things going on there. And I suspect when one crook gets through, you just tell him, go by day.
Check out that one day.
Check out that one day. So the one with the call center, when they get through, tell the one with the film farm,
check them out.
Check it out.
Yeah, check them out. Yeah. You'll get through.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Because it's too consistent. Somebody, especially the one with the precious gem.
The gem.
Yes.
That photo, you know.
That was the creme de creme, man.
A photo of the item, you know.
Yes.
And what was presented, not the item itself, you know.
Well, who was so anxious, who was so greedy, who to just accept that?
Those things are ordered and confirmed under the Prime Minister's ministry. Those things there. The kind of high level financial arrangement and deals. You can put that in any old small ministry, but those things were controlled then. And so he was satisfied that what was presented was sufficient to guarantee. Guarantee a photo.
A photo.
But I could voice a parallel, you know.
Why is it?
You see, when I'm a boy, let's say, when I accosted my friend about the dealings in the port. Well, you know, that I don't deal with that as the Port Authority.
Yeah.
And I trust that the Port Authority comes under your ministry, the statutory body. So if you didn't know that something is wrong, that means you're inept.
Yeah.
So if you didn't know what was cooking in the pot, something wrong.
Is your pot?
Yeah.
Vibes FM.
Something wrong.
You like the fire?
Yeah.
Vibes FM. What's up? Caller coming.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I heard you talking about the NNP banquet and town hall in New York last weekend.
Yeah.
And I want you all to help me make sense out of something. Mr. Leo, and I think Mr. Kim said they live in New York before.
Oh yeah, we both live
and
in New York.
I know when you have these places in the United States and you're having a thing like a banquet or town hall, you rent some facility if you don't have the facility.
Correct.
Yes.
And you are rented for a certain amount of people. So I hear the NNP saying they cater for 200, but they have 260 people. So I would like to know where they put it 60 people and where they get food to feed the 60 people extra. So make sense of that for me. I mean, they tried to make it seem like it was such a grand occasion, so much people showed up. So I would like to make sense out of where the extra tables, chairs for 60 people and where the food came out for 60 people from. So help me make sense out of that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can we really make sense out of that?
No. You see, in those situations, And if you're doing something like that and you have people catering for you, you have to pay in advance, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll pay in advance, then it's looking for you and waiting until the
No,
boss.
no.
Then until you waiting until the boss to give them any excuse, you know.
You put your deposit down.
That's right.
And on the day of when the event is going to take place, you pay the balance before you even start.
In very few instances, some things a week before.
Yes.
Because they want to know if you're coming up with the rest what to do with the place.
Right.
You think,
I mean, I've been there. I've seen it. I know about it.
I tell you.
You have to pay up everything in advance.
Let me tell you.
It's up to you.
Well, you know, Circle Line, we used to do all our boat rides. It's a bit of a, we could call it a little cargo boat sort of a thing.
Yeah.
It's not up to standard. But as time go by, we graduated to Hornblower. Hornblower is like a power launch with carpeted floors and all these good things and dining and so on and so forth. Upscale, if you will.
Right, yeah.
Now, I remember having to deal with Circle Line. And the balance of the money must be paid 3 weeks in advance. That is to say, if you didn't come up with the balance, they have 2 weeks to decide what they do with the boat for the next ride.
Right.
Good. You have to pay 3 weeks in advance.
The balance.
So I'm saying that because I give my son a chip on the shoulder. So Gavin, he hired Hornblower one time, 600 people sell out, free boat ride. So Tuesday to boat ride Saturday. Tell me, Daddy, I had to run in the city and I had to go Tuesday. What are you going for? I want to pay Hornblower. I say, you didn't pay Hornblower yet? I say, no. So, Daddy, we have a good working relationship. So I say, boy, well, you beat me by a mile. Because I know I wouldn't be able to get a boat that is owned by Italians. On credit, if you will. On your good name. So I just say, boy, congrats to you.
Yeah, man.
That don't happen.
Doesn't happen?
You are paid well in advance.
I know, man. I mean, I've been involved in quite a number of things back in New York already. And you got to finish. Listen.
All the bosses have to be paid for. All the boats have to be paid for well in advance.
1 month in advance. People want to know you're joking. When you make the booking, you pay 50%.
Yes.
And then a month in advance, you pay the other 50%.
Yes.
That's it. So they know, well, okay.
So if you can come up with the other 50, that cook.
No.
And you lose it. And you lose it.
Vibes FM. Lanai caller, come in. Lanai caller.
Hello, morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
How you all doing?
Okay.
Fine, thanks. And yourself?
Yeah, it's a while. Fine, thanks. It's a while I call. Good morning to everyone. They're listening out there.
Okay.
When you build a house, yeah? As an individual, the owner of the house, and you have to insure your house.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that to say, in the passage of a hurricane, of a hurricane, and you have to get paid for the damage caused most time by your house by the hurricane.
Once you insured, yes.
So I'm saying that to say, since the passage of hurricane, everyone depends on government. Since when government has, I'm not saying they shouldn't help. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they should not. But people have a responsibility to insure their homes. And when they get the money from the insurance, they should try and repair their home. You don't think so?
Well, you know, something that we need a bit of correction on this. Insurance of a property that you financed yourself isn't mandatory. In the case of an institution, say like a bank, for example, where you're having a mortgage and the bank is lending you money to build that home, they want to make sure it's insured in case anything happens, they get the money back.
Yeah, so you have the option.
You have the option, but if you do it at a bank, if you let them, but if you do it out of your own pocket, the insurance is not mandatory.
But you don't think it's mandatory?
It should be. It's advisable, but it's not mandatory.
But in case of a fire,
yes, you should, but you don't have to.
But if you're getting a loan from the bank
the bank will insist that you do it. To protect the money.
They're doing it for you.
The bank have interest in the property.
Correct.
Right, yes.
Correct.
I know all that.
Yes.
But I think even though you don't pay a mortgage or you building cash, I think it's right. That's my point. It is right to pay interest.
Yeah.
You should. You should.
Property,
but some people sometimes they can't afford it. Or they just decide they're not going to do it because they paid so much money over the years. If there was a loan that they got from the bank and nothing happened, so they're going to ease themselves off that burden.
And I tell you, I tell you something.
The stadium.
Uh-huh.
The first stadium, that was happening. The government didn't bother to do the insurance.
No, the government should. Something as a stadium, and we're talking about a very different situation. And I don't know who financed the first stadium. Was it a bank? I think Taiwan.
The Taiwanese.
Well, that was a week, eh?
What is a loan, and the Taiwanese should probably insist on the property being insured. So in the event of something else, they'll collect the money. I know how come that was left.
But that wasn't done. But what transpired after that, though, is that they took the government to court, and then I think they had some kind of clause where the money is collected on the airport or something like that was going straight to the account.
At the stadium, I think. Well, I know what happened, and when the government of Grenada was taken to court for the monies that was loaned to the government by Taiwan, I heard that the legal entity to defend Grenada in that court action wasn't equipped to even answer the charge. So we defaulted.
Well, was on when you see you're not prepared. It's better to default.
Precisely.
You can show up.
If you have an office with a typewriter on a table, you can be defending big government. You have to have a staff.
Caller, yes. Caller, continue.
Well, I want to touch some points again, not too long. Eh?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I saw that former MP talk of showing a community center on a post and saying for years. Those guys don't have shame. Certain people who in their position as MP on certain issues, current affairs, they should stay mute, You don't think so?
Yes.
For example, I was on a phone posting something, and this guy in the Northeast, he lost his kid. The Oliver, right? Oliver. People should stay mute on certain issues. Because they're embarrassing themselves, And when they post up most of the stuff, look at the comments. If you read through the comments, they criticize them a lot. So I don't understand if they don't understand politics. And this government is doing 3 years now, yeah?
Yeah.
And as young men, I think they are doing very well, eh?
Excellent.
You all listen to the Minister of Finance yesterday on To The Point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
He give a lot of information, eh? They are now raising $90 million US from the east countries like I forget the name of the places, Quaka and them places, to build a new hospital in California. So they are doing things.
Yep.
He spoke about the monthly pension, the increase in the minimum wage, the free tertiary education for students. I think that the 3 years the government have done tremendous.
Yep.
You all don't think so?
Definitely. Yes. They have done more than expected in
I don't
such a short time.
Position.
Well, no, the thing about it, like I've been saying from the longest while, the opposition, they're empty. They're very, very empty. They have nothing to say. So they're just they're looking for something.
Very much.
That's it.
Yeah. So you keep pushing, and I want to see the government moving forward.
Yep.
I used to call a lot, but frequently I kind of hold it back a bit.
Yes.
But I'm going to be active moving forward.
Oh, campaign start.
Campaign start. I agree, gentlemen.
Yes,
we see,
okay, thank you, Colin.
Hey?
I said this thing we talk about having shame. That is too loosely used, That is not a common characteristic among a lot of people in NP,
They have shame.
They don't have, that indeed. So don't be surprised. So don't say they have shame. It's like saying, if you tell me water dry, water wet, and it's obvious.
You all have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Okay. This caller has mentioned something about insurance there, and I was following the news recently, and this government has been clamoring on the insurance companies to insure wooden structures.
Yeah.
And they have accepted they're accepting insurance on wooden structures now.
Yes,
Before that, it was like a risk, and they're not interested, and now they are.
Because
so people who were wooden structures now could get insurance.
That's how I was telling the gentleman Pope thing. You see, insurance is not mandatory, because some people are so disgusted with insurance companies.
Right.
When is the premium
they're quick to
be paid? When is them to collect? Is a big print.
Mm-hmm.
When is you to collect? Read the fine print. So you see the disparity there?
Yeah.
Things that people normally read and things that you just sign to. What time to read all them little things? Sometimes, if you have your glasses, you can't read them things.
And even if you have your glasses at times,
sometimes yes, that's the fine print because it's time for them to pay you.
The only line I noticed they always have a black line there is the signature line,
Yeah. Just sign.
You just sign on that line.
Sign and go. Pay, give me the money and sign and go.
That's it,
One time to collect from them, read the fine print.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, things are moving nicely, and we could see it already because this caller also mentioned, and we realized, over the weekend, when we had this excursion coming from Grenada.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was something else.
Well, give me a chance, no, man.
Yeah.
Give me a chance because it was a complete day for me.
Yeah.
Because I even get to me and Miguel hang out for a while,
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Miss Glenn, we hang out for a while.
I heard that.
And I see Mr. Koi, they come wrong, I'm playing jealous, so I run behind him.
Yes. Yeah. So, you just take everything waited.
But we were supposed to connect earlier today, but I didn't see her until very late. So it's very late. It's a happy feeling.
So let me take it front and say, I guess you're calling anytime now, but let me take it front and say good morning to you, Miss Glenda. It was nice to see you in Carriacou, and looking forward to you coming back again.
Yeah.
Before we continue with that, what took place, let me take a call. The Vibes FM, landline caller, your turn.
Yeah, Kim.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, tell you. I work for the Italians. I worked for them for 10 years. Let me tell you something. Don't play around with these guys. You don't got the money, you leave it, you're going to wear cement shoes.
Okay. That's a New York experience.
Yeah,
okay.
when you.
Yeah, that's it. All the time. But back to what transpired last weekend, Solio. I mean, it was just... I can't find words to describe what transpired. Yeah.
Before we describe anything, let me stop here at this junction to say a very hearty thank you to Kim Jones.
Yeah.
Because he's planned and executed this affair, and it was top notch. Everything was on point. And is this kind, you saw a sort of a oneness there that we need more of in today's life,
Yeah.
People just had a good time and people was going back and forth and enjoying the day. And if you could do that, then it's worth living, You don't have to be stressed in every time you get together. That's what government and interacting with the people should be all about.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Kem, kudos to you for coming to Carriacou with 2 loaded osprey. And we had to say my apologies to those who weren't able to make it. Well over 70 people had to come stay back. That was very good. We appreciate that because that interaction between Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and Grenada in today's day should be all the time to the forefront.
Vibes FM, Lanek caller coming.
Morning, Kimon. How are you?
Okay.
I'm listening to your program this.
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Yes, Kim. I listening that program, and I listening that young man in tongue that saying shatters on the street, and he teaching the Grenadian people that living on the Dokasi and Pry House, and telling them that the government must give them concrete house. Well, when you're living in a Pry House and Dokasi, and then you're watching all the different sides of coffin in Lacroix. When you're dead, you want to bury in a casket. You're living in Dokasi and Pry. Well, how you want to bury in a casket when you're dead? You understand? Bury in your old piece of ply, you can bury in casket.
So that fella is just teaching the gradient with some stupidness.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You don't understand?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Live in your docase, live in your ply house. You can buy wood. But when you're dead, he wants you to bury in a casket. You self want to bury in a casket, but you're already dead.
Yeah.
Because you can maintain wood, but less to move out in your docase.
Right.
So leave casket alone.
Definitely.
Vote where you could vote.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So leave chatters on the street with his stupidness.
Well,
Once he was an NNP,
well,
now he want to name that two other party. I don't know where he go be.
you got to choose one at the end of the day anyway.
Where he go, I want to go choose. He go choose the prior house.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me see how he playing out.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay, caller. Thank you so much for your contribution. And if you want to call, you can always call us again. 403-0101. 403-0101. 443-0101. And you can also call 458-1914. 458-1914. Now, getting back to what transpired last weekend, it was so impressive. I'm telling you, Coy. I mean, we had so many people coming from Grenada. And the good thing about it, or not the good, there's so many good, but is that the people genuine, wants to be a part of the process, wants to see what's happening in Carriacou, and they are coming to see eyewitness because they've been hearing so many rumors spread by the opposition that they want to be there, and that was excellent. I mean,
well, certainly. I mean, I think we should not just only do these things when, for example, there's something to celebrate in terms of an event or such. This is something should be our way of life in terms of Grenadian mainland, people from the mainland and Carriacou and even Petit Martinique. We need to maintain that, build a strong bond, despite whatever. Because when something serious or negative come our way, we all feel it. We all go through the experience. They are kind of saying, well, you see, I pass in your house and I'm going by that person because that person is whoever you want to say.
Right.
So I'm saying we have to understand that this is something that we should maintain, be on good terms with. Yes?
Right.
Be on good terms with, and let that be part of what we are doing as a people. So we could leave Carriacou and go up in PM in Petit Martinique and spend a day or spend a weekend or whatever.
Okay.
That kind of thing is necessary to build us stronger. So in times of adversity and whatever, we could rely on each other, the strength from each other. And I think that we need to do it. I find that the emphasis that we placing on is not sustainable, and it wouldn't help us.
Yeah, let me take another caller quickly. Vibes FM caller, landline caller, you on? Caller coming.
Hello.
Yes, hello, yes.
Yeah, morning.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Calling from mainland.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm calling to say that these opposition forces and them, you know how they getting on like little children. When you used to play and then you ask for a pizza, something and you on your box sit down. That's how they getting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they you ask them for a piece because you don't give them the box sit down because they don't want the thing. That's how they're behaving.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of progress under this government right now in 3 years, and they're still saying they don't see nothing. Who calling and say they want wall house? They say they should build wall house instead. So I say give us back the $400 million what go down the drain while they make conman and crooks and everybody take and go back and we don't get nothing, no results for that. Give us back the money and then go build some wall house.
Yeah,
that's fine so.
Yeah, because a lot of money went down there.
Go down the drain and nobody held accountable, nobody answered the question. And now they're talking about like if they want investigation and bribery, what do these people? And when they come with evidence, no evidence, just word of mouth. No evidence they don't have, and nothing. Just trying to distract us from the real, but we will be distracted. Forward we going and forward we going. Thank you.
Okay, caller. Next, WhatsApp caller coming. Caller, you next. Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Yes, morning.
Good morning, Mr. Leo.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Mr. Coy.
Good morning.
Not
Good
too bad,
morning.
but Mr. Leo, I'm disappointed in you, you know.
What did I do now?
Or didn't do?
Oh, didn't do.
You said to me, once the weather pass your age, you will be okay.
Yeah,
but you're eating 105, right?
Well, I have a good friend who who is now 109, so I'll refer to you in America. No, I'll come up soon. Don't worry, you'll see me soon. But
okay, I'll pass you for July because I think they have some fun day coming up in Seaview.
Yeah.
That's the Seaview Park, yeah.
But I don't know if you well, I don't know what's the right medical terminology for it, but some water just went in me wrong truth.
Okay.
Wrong truth.
Yeah,
you never right truth and wrong truth.
You never heard the expression?
Yes, I heard, but I always wondering.
Well,
the wrong truth is.
I'm just looking at you now. I see I want one truth still, so I see any other one.
Yeah, two truths.
I know how it is, but I know growing up at a wrong truth because water just going the wrong truth. So, so that was happened. So is everything, my friend?
But everything is good. We're getting today kind of better, you know. From we eating 105, then we in the 90s. Today we'll be like around 89, 91.
Wow,
91.
Okay, I don't know if you guys realize that we'll be getting weather what Texas normally get, right?
Yeah, well, I've been watching the weather pattern, you know, over the metropolitan area there for a long while, and I realized that the temperature that you're experiencing right now, I mean, it's so consistent. I mean, this hundreds, triple digits you're talking about there is not something that you could really live for, you know, in New York.
But something they said, Kim, they said that the weather condition was like in 1912. They could go back to 1912 since we had weather like that.
Well,
I don't know if you remember in the 90s, Kim, you remember the early 90s, I think it was 93, one of them, we had that kind of weather like that too.
It didn't last for long, though. I mean, you get a couple of days of triple digits. I remember experiencing 100 inside of Brooklyn already. I mean, and, you know, we just ended up on the beach all day, just trying to cool out and just try to deal with it. But not for this period that you guys are talking about right now, no.
It's kind of just June, end of June?
Yes.
No, but that's
no.
serious.
That was way down.
And apparently it started happening.
Well, most people spend the time at the mall anyway. Most people go in the mall now for the air condition, you know, because of the weather.
Wow.
Well, I know that. I remember back in 78 when we had a blackout.
Okay.
And that was, but we just touched the 100 that day in particular too. But, you know, it didn't last long. So you got to find ways and means of just cooling out and chilling out as much as possible. Stay on the aircon.
Yeah. But I didn't have no connection. I didn't have no choice because I was doing electrical service outside. So, you know, for the 3 days I've been all the night.
Yeah, boy.
Drink water.
Yeah. Hydrate yourself.
Try my best.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kim, I feel Mr. Koi make a good observation about first I want to congratulate you guys for that great thing you guys had last Sunday with Kem Jones, and Kem Jones, I want to give him hats up for that. You know, I mean, coming up with over 500 people. I thought Carriacou sink on one side, then.
Yes, no. Carriacou tell
you know, and then after he left, and he said the great turnout was there when he went back, you know. Okay, I think Mr. Coy made a great observation when he spoke about Pity Madness. All right. Okay, one of the things that we'll have to do next time when it come to Carriacou, at least let the boat go over to Pity Madness so people could see what's going on over there too, you know, because we only forgot to focus on Carriacou. And then remember when we speak about Carriacou and Pity Madness. You know, so I think that's a great observation, maybe a boat ride, whatever, to spend the day with the people, you know? You know what I mean? Because we don't want to make them feel left out. Because if you realize how the opposition, and I'm speaking now, they always feel that Pity Madness been left out. You understand? So let me show them that we're doing things too.
Yeah.
You understand? I'll not even talk about the many houses and things that going on. All right. Mr. Leo, you asked about the NNP okay, they had like a ball up here too.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if you start with Kit Mitchell with a tuxedo and MNP with it.
I saw him with a bow tie.
Dress and fit, you know? And if you realize they did not post pictures, all right?
Nope.
But the reason they did not post pictures because I had somebody when they tell me it was a failure.
Yeah,
so that's the reason why they couldn't post picture. And if you look, they try to have like a little tunnel basically in a backyard. I don't know if you guys saw the picture. You saw the picture?
Yes.
The video?
Yes, I saw that.
One of them, not some.
Well, actually, that's what when Miss Lewis was was presiding. I thought she's the speaker that I heard.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes. Good.
Well, let me tell you something. Somebody when they tell me there was more mosquito present than people.
Well, I've been hearing that as well too. And it's not surprising because I mean sometimes I can't disclose my sources, but I had sources right inside the camp who gave me a basic account of what transpired.
But if you realize that okay, most of the meeting they have is a failure because if you look at the one in Montrich, right, they had let me say maybe around 12 people. Okay, and if you look when Mitchell went to River Sally also, they just had a handful of people. Again, and that could tell you that people are really following Kit Mitchell as before.
Well, that's a low secret.
You understand? And the thing that he as the chairman of the party, ex-political leader, you know what I'm saying? You will think that you will pull out the crowd like before. And that could tell us that there was like migrating crowd, like buses and all this thing was bringing the crowd,
Yeah.
Okay, right now we're in election mode. And then, okay, I think we had to focus, as far as I've been getting some information and things going on right now, I think we have to look at Guelph, for instance. We have to remember Ms. James win by 10 points. Basically, like 2 extra vote, whatever. All right? And that's a constituency we have to concentrate because I've been hearing a lot about Guelph. And I think what they need to do, I don't know if you guys saw the videos. With GIS went to Sotters, St. Patrick's basically, and they had videos with Andal and Cornwall. So I think we need GIS to go to Guelph too, These are the constituency we have to work on because right now there is a task of basically, what I mean? But even though we might be actually doing things, but we need to focus over there. And then also I get information on Emily Pierre and Kate. Well, they say, don't worry about them. They're already gone. These things are already gone. Another thing, focus should be on Victoria too. And one of the reasons why, because I'm getting information that Clarice Modest, she moves around with the people. Somebody might need gas and everything. She's still doing these things. And even though she's not doing nothing basically, but the people, she giving them handle basically. You understand? Even though she might not be running because I'm hearing that the doctor, the senator, is the one that they will be putting to run. So what I'm saying that we need to pull resources there. Okay, we know that Britain over there do videos and things because let me tell you something. I really thought that Andal and Cornwall was not really doing anything, but when I see the video, actually, you understand?
Yeah.
I remember people like we in the diaspora, we only could see what you guys exposed to us, basically, or if we have people on the ground, you understand? All right, so I'm calling to NDC. NDC had to start doing that work because remember, election mood is now, it start. You know what I mean? So I just encourage them to do that. Okay, another thing again, that's the last thing I want to talk about. We have to go back to the town hall meeting. The town hall meeting is very important because that's where information being met. You understand? Even though the Prime Minister doing the DM and the PM, which is great, people calling and things, but the town hall meeting, you have to have town hall meeting. And one of the things again, I see where the Prime Minister had this round table, we have a circle and everybody has get to ask questions. We need to do these things because we can't wait for the last minute. Because remember, the NNP machine is all there. We have the LACO, we have the movement. And I think as far as I see in Kim and Leo, that as far as I see right now,
that if election were to call, a CNDC getting maybe about 14 seats basically. And then I think the movement going to get one. So I think the next opposition leader in Grenada are going to be Peter David.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys think, what you guys' views on that. So, you know.
I don't see Peter David being a winner yet. For the simple fact that he has some people supporting him. But what constituency is he going to run? Is he going to stay in town or is he going to go outside the box? If you looked at what he's winning as an NNP candidate in the last election, he didn't win by much, maybe just about a 200 votes difference between the NDC and the NNP. And if he's coming in now to pull away from the NNP, because most likely he may not be able to pull votes from the NDC. And I believe he's going to soften the ground much, much easier to make NDC run away with the victory, almost landslide, I might call that. That's my view. Just a matter of time.
Right? I heard that he's planning to run in Grenville against Toes.
Well, so if he's that strong,
as far as I'm hearing again, he might be going back to town because the information saying that Clarity is kind of weak over there and still at the edge on the people.
I believe the information
that in case that he went back to St. George's to run, there could be a chance for him also. You know, I mean, that's the reason why I think that he could form the next opposition
leader.
You understand? Because people are listening to MLMP. Because if you look at it, Kim too, most of the surrogates, right? The surrogates for NNP not promoting the movement. You understand? You have two guys from Real FM. You know, you got the guys from Tongue with the City Chatters on the street. They got the one from Grenville. And okay, they also got two more. You know what I mean? And these are the people who used to be strong NNP.
I know.
For them. And
right.
Right. You know?
Yeah, but if you're looking at numbers, I don't think they're enough to make that win. Yes, they could be. So
let me see. As I say, what we have to do, NDC had the focus on, as I say, some of the constituency that might be up for grabs. They have to spend more time in it, and they have to do videos and let people see what actually going on. You understand? Where Andal and Carnwell do that video, a lot of people is very hype up about them, and that seat on them is taken definitely. Because I ask him the question about what is the chances towards election, and then he says he's very he's convinced. You know.
But let me.
So I just say we just have to be a little more focused.
Yeah, but let me just make this as you're running off there too. And what I've been seeing over elections is that there's a nice percentage of voters that look at the campaigns and they go in with the one to see who has the momentum. And that has been happening quite recently. So now if you are looking at that, then now, I believe strongly that the NDC has the momentum now and they will continue to increase that. And you're going to find even the people that are undecided going because they just want to be with a winner. So look out for these things. We have a lot to do because the campaign does start. But you know, this could be a factor.
Okay, basically what you say is right. I support that with what you said. But the point I'm really making is that you can't take things for granted because, you know, we got to realize that the Prime Minister have almost a 90% rating. You know what I mean? And we cannot rely on the Prime Minister. They have to do the work themselves too.
Yeah, but again, there's a what do you call a coattail effect. Look out for that word, coattail effect. And that is because when the Prime Minister is popular, sometimes they don't even look at the other candidates. They're looking at the Prime Minister who they want to lead them, and they're going along with a party rather than the individual candidate in that constituency. They're going with the party, you know. So again, these are things I've got to look at. You know, this election, I've been watching it very, very close and trying to analyze as much as possible. But I think it's going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, and then we have a lot of work to do.
Plenty work, yeah. That's why we're starting early.
All right, okay, we start later, guys. Anything further to discuss, we discuss it at the end.
All right, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let me take a landline call. Caller, landline caller, thank you for waiting. Caller, you next. Hello? Okay, okay, that caller, you always call us back. But as you realize, the election mode is right now in the air. Are we talking right now of the movement? that movement is not going to be effective, in my view, period.
Well, there's a certain amount of confidence that I feel, but at the same time, I want to be guarded, and I want complacency to be out of the equation. We cannot be complacent. We raising up not a blade of grass. And if we figure we have them on the ground, it's only now one to punch.
Punch them more.
Yeah.
You have the head under the water.
Yes,
Hold it down.
Hold it down.
Hold it down. Vibes FM. Land night caller coming. Caller. Yes.
Kim,
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Like I said, we ain't got nothing to worry, man. 13 to 2.
No, that's
Every
your
week
prediction.
I'm calling you and telling you that we're giving them 13 to 2.
You better start working for the 13 to 2. You have to do some work too, eh?
We getting it, man. Take my word for it. No worry, we getting that.
Okay.
Diablo ain't going nowhere, man. Take my word for it.
Okay. Well, okay, bye-bye. Basically, Diablo, in my view, is out of the picture. And I don't see him making any strong impact in the upcoming election. I don't see that. Because he has not been able to do it when he had the mantle and he had everything with him. And now he's been weakened so much. You can't get that ammunition to come back, period. You can't get that again. He done. He finished. But you know, sometimes, you're dead and you realize you're dead. So, that is happening. Sometimes the ego, there's something called ego.
Yeah, when you get to be that age, you lost all sense of rationality.
Yes. That's true.
Yeah.
No, you just lose it. Yeah.
You are forgone.
Reality. Yeah. You can't see yourself. You can't believe what you're seeing. You interpret it different, and thinking that you have it, because in the last election when he was going to is the thing I work for it, I vote for it. These are desperate statements.
What he's saying. I think there are two things that is most unhappy with this present administration about. I can't remember the first one was, but I know the second one was the fact that they made Andy acted as prime minister.
Well,
in the absence of the prime minister.
Well, I saw a clip of him speaking about Andy, and believe me, every word he says there, was untrue, and there's a level of sort of like I don't know if jealousy is the word, to really to use, but he's obsessed with Andy.
Yeah.
Because he feels that, Andy doesn't deserve to where he is. And then he made some statements saying that, Andy came to his house to ask him to vote to join the party or whatever. He didn't know who this guy was. And then all of a sudden, the guy was asking him for this and that. And then he didn't know him. So he just kind of just push him on the side. And now he come in and you have heard him speak. I could almost quote, as a leader, a prime minister. In my judgment, the prime minister is not getting the right people to. If you listen to the interview, boy, you wouldn't believe it.
I tell you, I want to make a suggestion to my good friend, and I want to add another song to his collection. I know you like Brian Adams,
Uh-huh.
Anything I do for you. And a Jamo. What? Never get weary yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Never get weary yet?
No, my work with woman.
Yes, that one. Yes.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a line there. Yeah,
yes.
Right. Yeah.
And the third one I want him to add to his collection is when you live in a glass house, don't throw stones.
Tosh.
Yes, Peter Tosh. So leave Andy alone. I'm saying that to say, be careful. When you start figures open answers that you don't necessarily want to open.
Let me ask you about that last one, the third one. When you live in a glass house, don't throw stone.
Yeah.
You think the former Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Mitchell, has to worry about anything, about what come back at him? He's done almost everything already, so nothing. I thought he had using the word shame a while ago.
Well, you see, as it is, the ex-prime minister think that is sanctimonious, so I don't want to interrupt the sanctity list.
Yes.
If you're so good, a good boy, I want to blow you cover and let people know otherwise,
Yeah.
So hush him out, no man.
No, you can't shut it. But I'll tell you, After he spoke about Andy, Andy had a town hall meeting in the Trade Center a couple days ago. The turnout was a massive turnout. But you know what impressed me even more of Andy there? If you look at Andy, he was professional. The boy looked good. I mean, really. And he spoke well, eloquently. And he was genuine in his speech with the people. I mean, every now and then, they start clapping and he has to just pause for the cause because, they appreciate what he has done, what he intends to do. And he looked real. I mean, I was very impressed. I mean, I know Andy very well too, and I know he's of that caliber. But still, he had that extra spark. And maybe because of the little criticism, sometimes people try to criticize you, and you jump out and show them who I am.
Yes.
And that's it. I was very, very impressed. And the crowd that came up here from Grenada, let me tell you something, Salio. They applauded the trip that they were on, one. They applauded the Prime Minister for the work that he's been doing. They applauded Honorable Tevin Andrews for what he's doing for the people in Carriacou and Peter Martin as well too. They were so happy about what they saw. And I could tell you, the support that you saw there is just the drip in the bucket when it's coming to the next election.
No, under Tevin's watch, there is more accomplished than the late Elvin Nimrod and the successor put together. So, I wouldn't even discuss that because it's so very obvious. I mean, I would just started with the Belle Road. And, I was happy that the motorcade drove along the Belle Road so we could see that is a major accomplishment, I mean, that is something that we were waiting for the longest while. And it came. And to see, I must tell you, that is so very disappointing to me, that today, talking about somebody who cares about the poor and vulnerable, and you're most vulnerable when you are unable to help yourself, when you're sick and infirm. And I tell you, the biggest use of an ambulance here in Carriacou is transporting people from Princess Royal on the dock to go to General Hospital. That's what we use the ambulance mostly for, This thing is too. Don't you tell me that we can't, in this year 2025, that we can have a hospital that is more capable of, minor procedures and things like that. Everything else you have to go to Grenada.
Yep.
And that is because you've been in office for that long, 40 years in government, 20 Main in as Prime Minister, and 15 years without any opposition. And you always had a mandate in Carriacou, and that is what you did, and expect me to applaud you? Or coming back and say, give me a vote. For what?
Well, on Vibes FM, WhatsApp caller coming.
Hey, good afternoon, Kim. How you doing?
Okay.
Leo and Nelson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, sorry.
Good morning, sir.
It's still morning.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
it's
Good morning.
Yes,
It's been a while not able to tune into the program or listen to the program. And I'm just sitting here on my one of my floors at my job and looking out, and something said to me, in 5 days we'll be approaching the 1-year anniversary of burial, catastrophic destruction on our beloved homeland. And I asked myself the question, are we consciously thinking of what happened a year ago, which could repeat itself because we're still in the hurricane season, and with all the different temperature rising and the climate is just going haywire? Are we really going to choose that day to be a day of reflection, a day of thinking, okay, how could I change my life? How could I change? Because no one knows what the future brings. How do we intend to approach that day? Is it going to be the same narrative, the rhetoric of oh, the government this, the government that, and going on and on. I noticed that the Anglican Church is going to be having Thanksgiving, a time of prayers and worship on the 28th of this month, which I believe is Saturday, on the Bishop's College grounds.
Yes, is it
Is it
30th?
20?
30th.
You know, 30th. Okay. Okay, so my date is a bit off. But I think it's an opportunity for everyone, regardless of what your religious persuasion, your denomination, or whatever religion or church that you worship. It's time for us to come together, unify, and try to move on and see where we could have a common ground to embrace what else can come. Another thing that is very troubling is that with this whole political arena, especially the opposition, the claim with that electoral office and trying to make false claim of the NDC using plain laws to come down, which is bull. That's far from the truth. But I've come to understand, or was made to understand, quite a number of people named are missing on those lists. So we need now, the onus is on us now, the responsibility and the task is on us now to vet those lists to see whose name that we know should be on those lists that are not there. Because we need to start working at that at every cost. And another thing is we have to start calling for that man to be removed. He's of no use based on what I heard him saying and explaining. He's of no use. And from his words, you can tell where his alignment is. I can be wrong. But, you know, they said your words says a lot about who you are. So we need to call for his removal and have somebody impartial, unbiased. So we have work to do. There's a lot of work to do because we're not going to just win this and saying, okay, we're popular now, this popular now. We have to do the work to ensure we have everything. And when we're confident that we have done more than 98.1% of the work, and we know that this is so, yes, we're going to get this amount of votes, then we can say, okay, we can start sitting that. But now we have to work. We have 2 more years to do this, almost 2 years. The time is now for us to work. Forget about them. Let them carry on like the suckers. Let them carry on like, you know, the beast with the long ears and the tail. If they want to break from now until 2027, let them break. But our focus is to make sure that we kind of get the disgruntled supporters, we get people who haven't been supporting, get them on board. We have work to do, and we have to stick to the task at hand. So I just wanted to share this today, and it's attainable. Okay. So you guys have a good one.
Caller,
Uncle Leo.
Yes, but yeah.
Yes.
Caller, go ahead and say what you're saying to Uncle Leo. I wanted to make a
now I was saying, Uncle Leo,
yes.
Good hearing your voice.
Thank you. And yours too. You know, so I guess
I know.
Yes. Now that the temperature is closer to my age, you'll see me soon.
Okay, we're looking forward to that. And Kim, you need to make a visit. We haven't seen you in a while. You need to make a visit, Kim.
Well, sometimes if you can't come in person, you can listen. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Koy, you were going to say something.
Yes, you are correct. It's not the 30th. The 30th is a Monday. And the Saturday is the 28th. So you're correct.
Also, it's the 28th. The 28th. Okay.
Yes. All right.
So I think everybody should take that opportunity to go out and just, you know, be in unison, being one, and just give God thanks for sparing our lives. Because, as I said, it could have gone worse than what happened last year.
Yes.
So we just need to come together and reflect and see where we can go on together, being more unified, showing more love, and, you know,
yep.
You know, because it's uncertain what is going on, and with this weather pattern, it's very uncertain.
Yeah.
Very uncertain.
Yeah.
No.
But so have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
My only consolation around this time is been very, very windy. Not the type of condition to welcome hurricanes or, you know, with storm systems, because you know they are attracted to low pressure areas when it's very calm and so on.
Right.
Look out for hurricane. But the amount of wind blowing this last few days is so many storms we've been getting, you know. So I said, well, this one a hurricane, not right now.
But speaking about that though, and the wind, because of what transpired last year, now that you've seen some unusual gusts of winds, communities, in nighttime in particular, people are getting concerned and they're sort of still traumatized,
yes,
over what transpired.
Yes, but be consoled by the fact that hurricane is not attracted by high winds. Yeah, low pressure, nice and calm and hot sun, and you see
warm waters.
Yes, and nothing even blowing, a tree shaking. That's the kind of condition hurricane want to come by you. The low pressure areas attract these kind of systems.
Yeah.
So if anything show up now or is heading in that direction where you usually come from, I think you come back Carriacou now. Too much of breeze blowing.
It will blow it away?
Yes, you gotta go someplace else.
Yeah, but it's still, in this season, there's quite a number of things that people still need to be aware of,
Well,
the necessary precautions,
Oh God.
Because what happened last time?
Still fresh in the memory.
It is. It is.
Yes,
and if, God forbid, we were to be a wand of experiencing something of the nature, I think we'll be more prepared to deal with it, because that last one was basically a surprise.
Yes, man.
To that effect.
And we never had that type of a vicious thing,
No.
I mean, no. This hurricane here, the amount of winds, this thing was packing. I mean, we never had that before. I mean, so until now we were talking about Janet, and you see, Janet was a mild system in comparison to this one.
Right, yeah.
And I'm still dumbfounded. I still can't get over the fact that our death toll was so low.
Well, like I say, hours passed in a day, and I think that must have been a big advantage for us, because we were able to see where you be able to go to shelter.
But when you see one of those projectiles leave, for example, a galvanized leave a house top, and in this kind of wind pressure, this kind of wind speed, this kind of velocity, I don't care how much you could see, I don't care how much you see coming your way, you're dead.
Well, not that. In many instances, I could tell my experience is that I was looking out to see if I could see this, what they call the projectiles, things coming.
Yes.
You're not hearing them, you're hearing when they hit. All of a sudden, I just say, "What?" See a big piece of galvanized. You didn't see where it came from, And this is things that we have to be aware of, But what saved us a lot too is that we were able to reorganize ourselves during the passing of the eye. So, so that gave us a sort of a break. And because it was daytime, you were able to see what transpired here or there and what might be able to stand the second half.
Well, I guess Beryl is living the times, he will and come again. Yeah, because, it's a circle. I don't know if it came from the north first and then the south, or vice versa. I don't know what happened.
Similar to it came from the south.
It came from the south, and then it came from the north.
Yeah, because it's a circle and it's been around. It's just so big.
Yeah.
That had a vast storm.
Right, yeah.
So he seemed, what?
But I think right now people are more prepared. And if, like I said, God forbid, something like that were to reoccur, we'll be in a better situation knowing what to do. You see, putting plans in place, making sure that you know exactly, well, if this is taking place, what is my next move? I could tell you, I know definitely, we don't want it to happen, but if something like that happens, I know exactly where I have to go and what I have to do, and forget about this and forget about that. If you didn't secure some of your property beforehand, leave it alone.
And you know what you must credit for that? That is what we call experience.
Right.
I've been through it already, and I know what is possible and what could come again. Before burial, you couldn't very well explain
to anybody else
who have not been through that situation,
right,
what a real serious hurricane is all about. But now that they've experienced it, they've actually seen it and lived through it. So it put them in a better position to appreciate and see what is possible.
I think what is very also important in this period is that mentally we have to be prepared. You could have all the things that you need, those items and so on and so on and so forth, but mentally you have to be prepared, because having gone through the experience, the trauma we have gone through, not knowing what's going to happen. Mentally, everybody ducking. Yeah. I'm saying mentally also, we have to be ready for it. And if we don't, we might just be blown in the wind.
No, but what you're saying makes sense, but I'll tell you, I think, people are more prepared now, those who have experienced it, than before. So I'm not saying you might be, you might be able to, escape, from whatever taking place, in many instances. But I realize, and this is from my view, when hurricanes of the nature, listen, save lives, okay? Forget about property damage, forget about anything else, and make sure you save lives. Find yourself in a situation where you'll be comfortable enough to withstand whatever is happening around you.
But sometimes there are certain things that no matter how well prepared you are, you still can't prepare yourself for that. It's like death. Understand me?
Yeah.
Somebody is sitting there and ailing, and you think there is no tomorrow, but you still yet living in hope. And when that hour comes, you still can't deal with the inevitable hour when it comes. Why it takes more than whatever mental
right, yeah.
thing you could foster to deal with death. Those things are severe, like it's beyond our sense of appreciation and thinking.
But like what transpired last time at Beryl, I think that if like in instances where people were asked to move into shelters and move into areas that's more secure, you would find that taking place.
Yes,
this time they would answer the call.
Yes, you'll have
definitely.
You'll have the exception, but based on what you said, yes, it's more than less.
It is, and let's continue. Okay. Now, we're looking at the beginning of July coming up, which celebrate, which I don't want to use the word celebrate, the anniversary of Beryl. But now we are into the season of most celebrations. And in Karaku here, our regatta, you realize that our regatta is in just about another month from now?
Yes.
5 weeks thereabouts?
And people are of the impression that, we wouldn't have as wide a fleet as we usually do. And this year might be dominated by what we have available. And because the boats primarily in windward, and that is what we've been trying to establish all along, that Karaku's regatta will never live up to its full potential without the region. We're so small. Yes, we could have a few boats here and there, but it's always so much better than when you have the region taking part. In the days of, and we could go from Tobago to St. Vincent. When you have that kind of a cross-section and that kind of competition, it's always going to be better. And we must be fully aware of that we have to make allowances for that situation to welcome and appreciate our brothers and sisters up in the Grenadines and Tobago. And I'm afraid we've been losing too much of that. We have to put a little more emphasis on that. So that is why you see, for example, now, if, as in this case, it's telling us now, we depend heavily on the sloops. Well, unfortunately, I mean, the sloop is a very integral part of a regatta and is a necessary part. But in this instance, where our cash sloops are not able to sail, we wouldn't have a regatta. That's where we have to, again, say, Bakeway come, Tobago come, and the type of boats that they're sailing.
Right, yeah.
But no, but regatta, I will always maintain, well organized and well executed, is about the best festival for Karaku of all the festivals, or more productive.
Yeah.
And it has as culturally viable or important as any of the other festivals. But we have to take the necessary decision that is going to get us where we want to go. I was telling somebody last time, Linton Rigg, Linton Rigg was very much a visionary, and this guy, to see what Carriacou had to offer, you must, in certain instances, use what you have to get what you want. We can boast about sugarcane. We can boast about oil. It's the seawater.
Yeah, that's what we have around us.
That's what we have, and that's what all we could afford.
Chucky, you say all we have is seawater and sand?
Well, we should make use of it.
Yeah.
And is that what we have? That's what we have.
Yes, so that's why we should make the best use of whatever we have, because and once we could do that, as you mentioned, in this region, we could be the mega of regatta, because we see our where we are situated is right in the right, in the right spot.
Yes, in the right lane.
In the right lane.
And because you see, remember, before Linton Rigg, we held about races here, but it was so haphazard and disorganized, something impromptu, nothing but when Riggs came and put his imprimatur on that, then we realized what is possible for Carriacou.
Yep.
And to let that slip away from us, it's going to be a shame. It's going to be a shame. But this year, the guys promise, and most of them are coming from Bakery in full force. And again, my guy, MacIver Stewart, the leader of the team from Tobago, every time I see this fellow, and I just went to his home and we sit and chat, and I think of the way these guys responded to us here in Carriacou after burial.
Yeah.
It gives me goosebumps.
Nothing more to say.
Nothing more to say.
Yes.
Nothing more to say, because boy, when you talk about the Southeast, when you see the Atlantic kicking up there, it's not the most pleasant experience,
Is there a channel between us and Tobago, more to the south?
Yes, but you see, the thing is, those pirogues that those guys operate, it in some instances about 10 inches from the railing, it's an open boat.
Yeah.
So if you're not skilled to be able to navigate not only on the waves and these big outdoor engines they have behind those boats, and you look at those guys, I said, wow, how on earth you want to go to San Diego and some of the things to make you find it too small? And coming down from Tobago, going around what we call Charlottesville, and coming to Carriacou, not leave, and I like seawater. So you have to thank those guys and thank them evermore. And so, and all the time I say, well, we must have you come to Carriacou again to thank you for that experiment. And so they promised to be in full force.
Yeah, for the regatta.
Yes. So I just like when they come in that they would be given the hospitality that they deserve.
Right.
So
Tobago would be in the house.
Oh yeah. Tobago will be in the house, Baker will be in the house, Canawan and Maya will be in the house.
Right.
And there'll be boats racing.
Right.
Racing.
We have any from Midland?
No, not just yet. Because as I've been one of the primary organizers of what's coming this 2nd of August, I wanted to be a little thrifty as to whatever finances we may have, because most of the bulk of it is coming from me, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, something has started among us in recent times that guys see regatta as pay to play.
Yeah.
And
get out of it.
Yeah.
So it's nice that the guys from Bakery are not of that help. They come in, they just want to have a good time.
Yeah, they're coming to support.
Yeah. Nothing is wrong if you give them a little bit of pittance as an appreciation. But the biggest thing of it all, the biggest payment they could ever receive is a fun situation where they could enjoy themselves. And
satisfaction.
Yes. It's not the money will come and go 1, 2, 3, but they come and you have happiness, love in the party.
Yeah.
Yes, and when you have love in the party, that is the compensation. So we as Carriacouans should at all times be hospitable to these visitors, because they come in here to be with you and spend money and enjoy whatever you have to offer. So you must show them your better side at all times.
Yeah.
And if you could do that, as a matter of fact, this coming Sunday, this regatta Sunday, what is planned, because that is going to be the highlight of the weekend.
Yeah.
We're going to start with a brunch in the morning. Everybody must have breakfast and so on and so forth. The races during the day, and then we'll have a concert, if you will. Performances, but both live band, DJs, singing, and all. It's a concert.
Right.
And that'll go into what I would refer to the ceremonial part of that regatta, because there's going to be some speeches, and as I have mentioned to you before, this Sunday, Regatta Sunday, is a memorial challenge to the memory of Colin Alexander. A lot of people don't realize the role he played in Carriacou Regatta, and even having, by his boat Skylar, coming on the scene is what sort of prompted the Bakery Boys of their interest to be back in Carriacou again, and still is so. So that was his contribution. And unfortunately, he passed. So when I mentioned to the guys, this year we're having a memorial challenge, though. That's the Macaulay. Them guys in respect as you think, So we think it's a good thing. And
right, yeah.
so T-shirts have been made, and all this kind of thing. So, and after that, we'll have whatever or probably elected officials who would like to say something and go on to, and it's going to be I call that the Marian all day, all night, because I tell Gavin reserve the time so we can party as though
there's no tomorrow.
No tomorrow. Yeah. So
according to one world leader, your party you have never done before.
Yes, party, yes. So and I think it's going to be a good show. So in the Carriacou, those of you who are wondering if there's going to be a regatta, yes, and a big one too.
Yeah,
because you have a lot of boats racing, and if you like boats, because what the regatta is all about, you'll have all the boat racing, and you have on-shore activities too, and entertainment.
Yes, so, it's going to be we can pack as usual.
Yeah.
A lot of activities.
With all the action.
Yeah, and but what I like about it, is that you're going to have participation coming from Bakeway.
Yeah.
To Bago. There's this kind of a rivalry thing, that goes on in boatmen.
Yeah.
Always have this thing in them,
Yeah, in the absence of the sloops, the 28-footers will take place,
Yeah.
And to tell you what's happening, my boy is gone home trying to finish one for next month,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so there's excitement and more excitement. And now I must tell you something, that we've implemented a new rig, because in the past, the open boats, the long open boats that we had, we weren't moving up with the most efficient sail. We kept on to the sprit rig because it's something for sailing enthusiasts to sail and enjoy. They see that as the dinosaur area of sailing. But the guys have changed a little bit, and we've gone to a square rig. Those boats are performing. So it's just like, America's Cup moving from the single hull to the catamaran thing, with boats making more speed than the wind is blowing.
Yes.
How is that possible?
Yes.
Yeah. The boat going faster than
the
wind.
Than the wind, yeah.
So
with the foils that they use.
Okay.
They have. So yes, it's pushing them, and not only the hull is out of the water, Boats are sailing on skis.
Yeah.
So when they get up there, you hard to keep up with it. And if you see those boats, they're crazy now. So we modernize a bit, and everybody, and boats that weren't doing so well in the older sail are doing better now. And competition is keener, man. You have some tapes and some videos from back where you see it. No matter whether you're a sailor or not, you must be excited.
Because I've seen some of the videos, coming out to Bakery, and I was very, very impressed. Because in my view, and what I know about racing around here, as you just mentioned, that the boats are moving faster than the wind.
Yes.
that looked real in there.
Yeah.
They were not joking.
Yeah.
But because they seem to be propelled by engines, which is not
not
the case.
All the foils and how they're structured and all this kind of thing, and boats and skis, man. So
what I admire about boat racing, is the conversations among them as compared to the conversations of their opponents. In other words, now they telling one another, what to do, what not to do. Listen,
Yes.
and this vicious conversation among themselves. But they're also looking at their opponent to see what they're doing. If it coincides with theirs, or maybe they're getting better production. Listen, this sort of a rivalry and this kind of a racing enthusiasm that goes on there, but it's just something else. It's something that especially when you have men like the locals, they're building the boats.
Yeah, when you understand something. For example, I'll tell you, if the first time I seen somebody playing dominoes, it just seemed to me as four foolish guys they pound the table
and
making noise. But when you really understand the gist of the game, and you get into it, you see,
especially when you know you go past the man, you hit it harder, louder.
When you have cards and you want to control the table,
Yes.
you feel like a king on the throne. And it's so gratifying at that time. It's so very different. So this idea, this notion that it's just four foolish fellas pounding the table is gone from you. So it's not like when you know, and sometimes if you'd be in a boat, to see you caught a man in attack, and you're gonna head, that a lot of excitement.
Listen, as I use that word, I've always been wanting to find out. I guess taka would be a French word.
I do not know the origin of it, but there's not taka. There's a taka. Taka is when the only way I hear them using taka is in Rumi. Yeah. In other words, if you go to make a hand of 4, you have 1, 2, 3 of the same suit.
Right.
And you have the number 5. You could taka that, eh?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I know that taka.
Yeah.
But in terms of how you use it on the sea, you racing. And you make a taka so that you can get ahead.
But the thing is, remember, you could only sail at an angle because you can sail directly into the wind. So in other words, what you're going from point A to point B. Point B is at a higher point, and that's where the wind is coming from. So since you can sail directly into the wind, you have to go at an angle and go back and forth until you get to where you're going. Now, you're on 2 boats racing. You have to be able to see if you can stay, your boat is good enough to stay on the windward side of the other boat. So you're at an advantage. Number one, your barren is wind, he can't get ahead of you. And you're at a higher point. And you're going up, you go around. Sometimes boats are able to sail better on one side than the other.
You could see some crazy things happening.
Yes, and the same.
The boat literally touching. It's like it's touching the rim of the boat.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the rim of the boat is in the water, almost in the water. So.
Yes.
And the sailboy, wow.
Yeah, well, that is something that is happening in modern times. What we used to do years ago is that we'll get all these rocks or even a bag of sand.
Put it below.
They refer to us as sandbaggers. So you should have that act as counterweight for your sails that are in the sky. But what we've realized now, that when you put all this ballast in a boat, you just make the boat heavier. So it's not, the lighter it is, the faster it will go. So what has replaced the stone, the ballast at the keel of the boat, at the center of the boat, is somebody on trapeze. Trapeze meaning that you hang yourself outside of the boat. So if you see what I'm saying.
Yes.
Now, the only thing that is touching the boat is the bottom of your feet. Now, your body weight is hanging outside the boat because remember, body weight, gravity is perpendicular, up and down. It's not 50 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, up and down. So since the bulk of your body is out of the boat, your body weight is no longer in the boat. The boat becomes lighter. And because you hang that rope at the head of the mast and your body weight is outside the boat, it creates a better counterweight than the ballast in the bottom.
Okay.
So we've gone from stones and rocks and sandbags, and everybody's now is on trapeze.
Hanging out.
Hanging out.
Yeah.
So that gave us an advantage. So, I mean, the boats are doing Well, you see the boats in Baker this last time around, you realize, boy, it's a new day. A very new day, and it's a good thing for you to experience. Those new boats, they're moving. They're moving very
Skiing
nicely.
across.
Yes.
But what they have done though, as you know, is that they have studied the chemistry.
Yes, but
in-
they have
in-
to the design and everything
yes,
else.
yeah.
Because what we didn't understand that in these boats, what matters, no matter it is your water line, you know.
Yeah.
The water line. So you have a hull and you have a stem and a stern post that is at an angle hanging about. So the top overall length of the boat is say 60 feet, and down to the keel, the bottom is just 40 somebody feet. What you need to do, what will make it better for that boat? That boat needs to have a water line that is as long as possible. So this bow frame and this stern frame that is 3 and 4 feet more than the keel length is not the best thing for a sailing boat. You want to have a keel almost as long as the over. Yes, so you got a better water line, give you more speed.
So hold on. I think what you just mentioned there is very interesting because I've been looking at the catamarans.
Yeah.
And are they something similar to what you're saying?
Well, you know, the catamarans is more than one hull.
Yes, right. Yeah.
And they because they double hull, they have very little hull in the water.
Right.
So that, in a sense, make them lighter.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay,
So they skim in the top then.
All right. Okay,
they have to drag all this water.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So they good.
Okay. Very interesting. Like I'm telling you, this thing is an art, you know. It's a skill. And you have to understand the physics and the chemistry and everything like that in order to.
And that is what, you know, it is something that you could have just about every youngster who's interested. Because and also it's a good future. There's a lot in it for all people on the road. Young guys. There's a youngster in Beckway that I was racing with him all the while, and he was with his father, and he as everything else, he'd give me chat, you know, and how you go big dance and everything. And a couple, when I went up there last day, he's graduated now. He's captain of one of the big ferries, you know. We went from there to navigational school and just from sailing, and so big captain now.
You know something that you mentioned about just an example there. You know something that should be or can be considered going forward as far as the regatta is concerned. There should be competition among the schools.
Precisely.
Children would make boats.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Right.
And go there and learn how to. This year, for example, I didn't do it that way. Next year, so it's a learning experience, but at the same time they're gaining the experience, and the schools can benefit.
Look at the excitement that is created by any intercol sports.
Yes.
You know, everybody going to back their school.
Yes.
In the same way, you could have somebody going to support the team, you know, the sailing team.
Yeah.
And the guy who is young man who is captain of the fastest boat becomes a successful quarterback, you know.
Yeah.
More popular than that.
Yeah, but so, no, I think investing in the schools could be a very, very good future for sailing, because then they're just going to sail, but they're learning during the school term, during the year, they're learning, and there are people like yourself who would go and help them how to design and how to, you know, create that kind of excitement in the schools.
Let me tell you,
as early as possible.
The sea is so very rich. Sea is so very, very rich. Is that? I mean, so many things that we could do with that, and that is our biggest asset. Because as I said, Karaku, when I was going to school, tell me Karaku is 13 square miles. I'll be down, Karaku. I think if we have
10 now?
I think you're right, because the amount of erosion that has taken place, I know there are some places in Leicester, or not Leicester, but on the Haverfield side, there's a retreat estate or what we call La Point. There was an area there where as a kid, from where you go in there, you go and get guava, bowl, sugar, apple, and whole those things.
No, you're in there?
I know, but see what happened back then. The older folks used to plant what we call ginny grass.
Yeah.
To hold the land. But over the years, all that thing and the amount of erosion now, all that is left of what is called Family Way is a precipice.
Okay. Yes.
Down.
So then,
Yeah.
steep.
So and you look even right in Hillsborough, around what we call New Moon Corner.
Yeah, we lost a lot of it.
Yeah. A place that is also losing a lot is Thibault.
Well, they were there.
I mean, we have to, apart from the fact it's losing land, but there is a important factor to that. People are buried there. I have spoken to people whose grandparents, I haven't met anybody whose parents, but grandparents per se. And I mean, the land that was there is all gone. It's now all in water. How long again would it be for it to reach the main road going high up?
That one, you see, for that, the only thing you could probably do for that is to include some barriers.
Well, that's a problem.
Because you know the graves headstones.
Yes.
You know, a lot of them you see they actually in the water,
floating, yes,
in the ocean. And I know when they bury somebody, they just had land.
Yes, of course.
But no,
that's the reason why they were
buried there. Yes, no in seawater.
Yeah.
But
that again, apart from the fact that we're talking about the fact of the size of the island is lowered. I mean, that again in itself has environmental issues. I'm saying this is a big thing. I mean, I just go over from the side of talking about the sizes of the land, but the actual essence of seeing grave floating in water, or water is where the grave was. I mean, that in itself is a serious matter. We have to address environmentally.
Yep. You see, this kind of a consciousness must be dealt with by somebody who is in the administration and governance and have some caring from your youth and your country.
Yeah.
But if all you could offer somebody is a Imani job or a debushing job, so what are we talking about it now? This is tantamount to be criminal. You, after all these years, all you have to show for your sojourn here on earth is that, okay, I have a Imani program, or we have a devotion program. Ever so often you give everybody a 10 days or something. So, and sometimes you have to laugh, you know. Anytime you see going up along the Boston Road, anytime you see a gang of 6 or 7, tell yourself 4 having their own conversation, 1 talking, and with the other one, and they, every time they make a little tool cut, they stop.
And talk again.
And talk again. So
yeah, but
it's cool. Do that, guys.
Yes, it is.
Important. Vibes FM. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Okay, we got.
You don't have people who, I mean, teach you people to be productive, no man.
But that's not in the agenda.
No,
it's not in the agenda. The agenda is we give you 2 weeks.
Yes,
a year.
And so, Miss Papa God, you should be grateful for that. And we just stay down. I said, but how on earth you could say that you represent me, that you're doing something that is right for me, and all you could do as far as your health is concerned, transfer people from Princess Royal to General, and in most instances, when these people are on their way out, you're going through this exercise.
Yep.
You can't blame people when they say it's Princess Royal, General, Funeral. It is. It's not going to Grenada is not a good sign, you know.
But most people, you know, I mean, would avoid the idea, the idea, you know, of going to Grenada, because it's not one of those situations that they're proud of.
If you pressure high and they tell you going to Grenada, goodbye, Charlie, you know.
Vibes FM. Caller coming now.
Well, I never.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Kim.
Yes, good morning.
And Solio and General Coy.
Good morning. Good morning.
Afternoon. I guess all is doing fine. Really fine now. I'm interested. I'm listening to the program, and the program seems to be very, very interesting.
Yes, well, that's good. That's good.
Very, especially Solio. I think Solio should really have a little school, not a school, but give some class on both sailing and so on. You know, little lectures.
Yeah.
Because I think it's very articulated, where both
sailing is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are a lot of things. When I used to live in Carriacou, I see the guys hanging out the boats and so on. I used to wonder why they're hanging out the boat.
Yeah, come to it.
During regatta.
Yeah.
So this, I'm just sitting in and just taking in a lot of the things, and I've learned so many things in the space of half an hour.
It's come to it. Mm-hmm.
I think we should, give a little class now and again. Just a little voluntary something. One on the house, one for the people of Carriacou.
Yes, man.
So that's the younger folks who's coming up, they'll have a better idea of boat sailing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Number two, I traverse Carriacou every week. And I usually pass to Mount Pleasant, Thibault, that cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a disaster. I think they should stop burying people in that cemetery. They should stop. Because there's a lot of erosion in that cemetery. It's either you do some backfilling with some boulders or, something, put a back wall, something in Thibault. Because why continue burying people there and the water is just washing away the graves and our loved ones and so that is not looking good.
No, but caller, let me just stop it for 1 second. As just mentioned, they should stop that there. We have this sort of a tradition in Carriacou where you have what you call family cemetery, the families, so you want to make sure that when they pass on, they're all in the same area. So that is one of the things that taking place, why you see the continuation of tombs in that area. Right, Colin?
Yeah, but Kim, the point I'm making is that you'll bury them there, and because of climate change, the water just go with the tomb.
Yeah.
But you have to stop that by doing some backfilling, with some big stone or some kind of thing so the water will not break and come into the cemetery.
Yeah.
That is the point I'm making.
No, I agree with you. We should do something to avoid the erosion, with the beach coming
all
in.
All the mangrove, them during the burial, all the trees fall on them, all them tomb break up. I usually stop there, when I'm going and do my job, my work.
Yeah, okay.
I look at it.
Yeah.
So I know the area very well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You understand?
Yep.
Number three, I want to say that the Prime Minister cruise was excellent. I went on the cruise.
Oh God!
You're laughing at me, Kim.
No, but that cruise looked real good.
The cruise, I was impressed first with the boat. The boat belonged to Steve Duncan. They brought down the pieces and they built it up here from the States or wherever. And it is fantastic. That is a real nice boat. You understand?
Yeah.
It's just for cruise. I was saying to Steve, instead of the guys come from Trinidad with the Calypso, this boat they bring down, 2 Trinidad boats come down every year to do cruise. Let's for ourselves. Just leave the money in Grenada. They come and they take people jump on the boat because probably the Romana is outdated. The Romana is I came here a lot of years ago back from studying, and the Romana was there before I came back. So the Romana, they haven't upgraded the Romana. So people tend the boats come from Trinidad, nice boats, understand?
Yeah.
And they'll go on cruises carnival time. But this boat that Steve built, that they built in Grenada, assembled, that boat is magnificent. It's very, very nice. Very nice. You understand?
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything on it.
I saw it, yeah.
We did a 3-hour cruise, 3 hours and a half with the Prime Minister. I must say the Prime Minister, without hypocrisy, the Prime Minister is a very, very people's person, Kim. Very people's person.
Yeah.
I was outside and waiting and take the Prime Minister came, he shook my hand. And I see the Prime Minister give away about 3 tickets to some people who were there. 3 tickets. I see my own ticket cost $350. Understand?
Yeah.
As Kem say, yes, some people I want to call no name, they even give you a pig to put in a pig pen.
Yeah.
You understand?
So true.
The Prime Minister
So
come dressed casual, casual, no big set of security,
Yeah.
and he just come. I went in together with him, and on the boat. And he makes sure that he greet everybody, dancing. I was upstairs, and he came upstairs, and he will greet everybody. Casual.
Yeah.
2 or 3 security are wrong, but the security not even bothered. There's no big set of SSU security, no big gun.
Yeah.
There's no security, no uniform. So it's everybody intermixing together. It's just normal, just a good vibe. You understand?
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed the cruise. And then I think he took from his own pocket, and he gave away some gift. People, he asked whose birthday. who birthday. It was today, you know, and apparently was surprised. And he came with some gifts and he gave all the people that had birthday on the 22nd of June. So I'm saying that was so good of him. You understand? That's what they call a people's person.
Yeah, I saw it. I
Very nice guy.
saw some
You
clips
understand?
here.
He danced,
That's him.
he drank, enjoy himself, give a speech. The Calypsonian sang. It was real nice, a 3.5 hours of pleasure. That was very good of the 3rd anniversary. And last but not least, I must say that I understood that the trip to Carrick was a success. I don't know.
It was. It was.
And I understand it was a success. And I want to applaud Kem, my good buddy, for organizing that cruise.
Doc, it wasn't a success, you know.
Yeah?
It wasn't a success.
Why you say that?
It was a big success.
Okay, sorry. I was getting frightened.
Yes, get it right.
But I must say that he invited me. He said, Dr. you have to go up. I said, Kem, it doesn't make sense I go into Carriacou Solio.
Yeah.
I'm in Carriacou the 3rd day after burial.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes.
And every week I'm in Carriacou.
Yeah.
So what I did, I donated some tickets to people who could not afford to go to Carriacou.
Very nice. Okay. Very nice.
Yeah, I
very,
paid
very
for
nice.
some tickets.
Good gesture.
Right.
Yeah, I paid for it, and he was so happy.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, he did mention that too.
Yeah.
Oh, you listen to that?
No, he
when he said that, you know his mouth is big too.
Yes. Yeah, because I had to compliment him, you know, and I started by saying he move along. And for those who didn't know what move along mean, I said his mouth is bad, but the message is good.
Very good.
Yeah,
so I said to him, I'll give you some tickets. He said, yeah, Dr. Penn, you're not going? I said, no, there's no need for me to go to Carriacou. I'm in Carriacou every week. Let the people who can't afford and the people who do not know about Carriacou, they never see Carriacou after burial, how we really develop Carriacou to the minister and his team. So let them go up. I'll give them the ticket and let them go and see Carriacou by themselves.
Right, yeah.
So that's what I did.
Right, okay.
All right. So I wish all the guys have a good day, and I'll see you all next week. Probably might be on the program next week.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. But remember, you made a promise by me. Huh?
Oh, with the dog.
Yes, and I know.
The house.
Yes, I don't know. I can't have the heart to kill it.
I'll do that for you when I come up next week.
Okay, thank you.
Kill it.
Okay, guys, take care. Okay.
You kill it.
Next caller.
Man,
next caller. What's up, caller? Come in. Caller, hello. You on?
Yeah.
Hello. The caller is online. Caller, you there?
Hello?
Yes, yeah, you on. Yes, go
I
ahead.
thought so.
Yes, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I thought so.
My uncle here.
Yes, my love. You see.
Yes.
Why I come up with character and add on to my family, I get more uncles and aunties.
That's the way. That's the way.
I miss you, boy. But next time.
Okay. But next time you're coming up, bring up, I want, you have to make a red post with some kaka jab and something in it because Kayo gets small joy, you know.
Yeah, Kai jealous too much.
Yeah,
He's a uncle too, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was good. And I don't know if Kim just go work for the give the NNP a little lie when they have anything like I help them organize. Just both overflow and still how much 70-something people have to stay back, my camp just good,
And people can have 70-something people in their party in America.
Let me tell you something. When everybody say NDC dead. And boy, blows in Kem blows. They say Kem Jones occurs NDC to lose the election. Boy, when I Kem Jones get the blows, so and next day come on the scene. I say nobody. I say NDC still weak. Kem Jones make me remain in the party because you go and more your blows like it's skin like a boost.
Yeah, man, no boost.
Kem Jones high belly boy. I love him. But one night, the night this man was on ride along, talking he thing about the electric to register and thing like that. I was on the line listening to him and on the phone with somebody. When I heard the man say that, I say, what? Come, don't go deal with the man with what he's saying, you know. The lady say, oh, you know that? I say, oh, you see, you don't hear what the man says, stupid is there. But he put on the phone and I hear Kem Jones call. I say, what I tell you? She said, your Kem Jones is your child. She said, you know this one. I say, yes, I really know him. So here, no boy. Since I have 25 years, I own a little boat house. I stay in the little boat house. I had a little room. It was one room, one hall. No kitchen. I put a kitchen, boat house. I put another room, boat house. And when I see a little boat piling, I change it. I put on a new piece of board. I paint and I make everything all right. But no, my God, I wish people could make people satisfied what they get until they get what they want. They don't want to hear that thing.
No, they
You
know.
have a house. The government giving you, some people getting a 3-bedroom house. Well furnished, paint nice. You don't have to, some people don't have to pay back a cent, you know. Where that money coming out to pay for the house? No, you want to stand up and call on government to give the people wall house. And listen, this shit as on the street was part of a house program we did there. He never give a poor and vulnerable and wall house, you know. But Ireland is very, very wicked, heartless, and bad mind. Soap and water can wash some of these people heart, you know. So, a bad mind. You know, encouraging people take the little house, and then when you see the way it's going to put what the government must get wall house for all of them. I wish you could have tell them, if all you drinking 3 cases of beer for the weekend, drink one. Save the money for 2, so you'll be able to buy 2 blocks.
Yes,
And
so true.
next weekend, you do the same thing. You see by 3 months' time how much blocks you have on the ground. And they're making them people feel like they can't use their brain. But let me tell you something: the people that get in the houses, they're very appreciated fight. You know, it's only this man who attacking his stupidness and already we can get the privilege. You know, people so happy for the house. Them people thanking for the house. So don't believe it's the people what they behind this wall house. You know, they don't have. They get in a little boat house and they appreciate it. They thankful for getting it. So don't bother idea, you know. While he's talking about give them one house, them people satisfied the little boat house they get because they didn't have and they get. So these people and they must stop that. What about mine, sir?
But boy, no, yes, man, the
Let me tell
wicked.
you something. Kate Louise don't learn from Michelle, you know. I wish she could learn and they tell her the price he pay. He pay every price for going overseas and calling the nurses and the doctors. Thief, you know, for chicken, you know. That all that have a hand in the position is there, you know. And she go and be in the same position. 3 years, you have people ruling for how much years they're so suffering now. You didn't give them a walk to for them to have a little savings on their account. So right now when things bad, they could have go in their savings and take something to help them. They've seen so much of trouble. Now these people and they must stop that, man. Stop that. They have these people in this situation now because why? They didn't treat them nice. But some of us bad mind too. We remain with pit toilet. We remain with children and them only go vote when election time to get $75 voucher go in the Indian store. Although they have in the storeroom for long as you put on our shoes. I know my family members, they buy a shoe today, they have to bring back. They buy a shoe, they have to bring it and stick for them children to go to school. That is what they like.
Yeah.
But we have a prime minister that don't like to see people in this miserable state.
Very true.
He tried seeing people in this miserable state, so he's helping the people. So let us hold his hand high. And I like them, you know, Uncle Leo,
Yes, yeah.
I'm making a cricket team. And I want the prime minister to be on my team. You know why?
Tell me.
To go occupy the crease for a very long time.
Okay.
And to make a lot of runs.
Yes.
Because he don't play in there and every ball a ball behind him.
Yes.
When
So true.
them good ball come,
Yeah.
he push it away. And when the bad ball comes,
He defend. That's right. Block it.
So I want that man on my team.
Okay.
You don't bothering them with what they're saying because you have too much work to be done for the people of this country instead of wasting energy and strength and study them with the blindness, the dunceness, and the wicked to poor people too. They want to see them in misery. So have a good evening,
Okay.
darling.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. Thank
No, I didn't listen. I listening. I want to put my mouth in that because you see, already, Uncle Leo here saying that when you come up, bring a red bit of cloth and put something in it because you see.
Job.
Yes. So I'm middle. I put in mouth.
Just the man Maljo.
Maljo.
Dingo blue in it too.
Yes.
So you joining? So.
I don't call that the dingo blue.
No, yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you, dear. Thank you. Have a good day.
All the best, man.
Okay. 443-0101. 443-0101 and 403-0101 458-1914. Listen to Glenda all the time. She's funny.
Yes,
she's
humorous and I mean, even with the information that she says, she makes it easier for you to understand it and digest it.
Yes,
because it comes with some kind of
pulse.
But Leo, as you mentioned that, I want to talk about that. We stop here, but Maljo, I think children don't have Maljo again.
Well, I think I know. I don't know Maljo exists in the foot. I know.
So why used to happen? So you would have to pin some kind of thing on your flannel inside and put thing in it.
A lot of things you can explain. What happened to Ligaro?
What? I had to wear this bush behind my ears and all kind of thing, and under my shoe, inside my socks.
Yes.
And tie the thing around the waist.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they blew, and they Vibes FM. Vibes FM. Caller, come in.
Good afternoon.
Yes, afternoon, sir.
2004. I went to a supper. The best thing I enjoyed just after Ivan was the moonlight.
Okay.
Because where I live in the south, you don't know whether it's moonlight or not. Because it's so bright in the night with those street lights on them. But since that we have no electricity, because I've enjoyed the moon.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Yes.
Good. Now, I don't know how much people could recall that. I had the same with government. The government that was the NNP, what they do for people after Ivan. But as far as I know, Jimmy Carter came here as part of his foundation that called the Jimmy Carter Foundation. And I remember in the press conference just before he left, he said that Grenada need a lot of aid, but it must not be given to the government. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Good. After he left, Parco and USA from the United States. I can't remember what Parco means, but in US, well, everybody knows USA, right? Good. Now, on the carnage by graphic shop, there was a new building constructed there. They occupied that building. If your house damaged and it doesn't have insurance, and they cannot repair it or rebuild it, you get your bill, whoever qualified, do the assessment, put it in writing, sign it, and you bring it for them. If they approve of it, I think Ramdani on my Bishop Highway were the ones supplying the material. I hope I'm correct with that one. But anyway, Ramdani will sell blocks, he sells sand and gravel. So then, how the people after Ivan get one house? As far as I know, both houses that they were getting. And when the time was up for that two agency go back home, the rest of the money, I think it was $15 million. The then government put that money, they gave it to one, I think, David Lander, and they give an office in the back of housing authorities that is just in the back of Nawasa. and you had to go and take a loan out of that money. The most they were giving is $15,000. So that was free money. It was given as aid. They had to go back, they give it to the authorities, you end up in a loan. So you take the loan if you are qualified and you work and pay back for it. I'll hold back the rest of the information on that. But now, the thing is, when that finished, who gets house from the government? People was living on that tarpaulin months, years after Ivan. Even government buildings was left in urine. One, the Governor General resident. Two, the Prime Minister resident was not in good condition. There were schools that was left in urine. I live in Grenada. I think one of the buildings that was affected also was the library. Okay? Library had to end up shutting down. And I could go on and on and on. People were on that tarpaulin years after Ivan passed. MLE came 10 months later. I don't know how extent was the damage because it's mostly not. Yeah? But the fact is that we in Grenada who still alive from the days of Ivan, hearing the NNP, the said NNP, talking about what houses these people should get from government. Why they didn't give those people who board house they march down and do a build back better house so that it could survive a hurricane? You see how these people are them bad-minded and wicked. So what they're trying to do now is to put distraction in the mind of the people. But the people now realize half a loaf is better than none. If you have to get wall houses built, when you go get a house done,
never.
This is going to take a very long time. Where the money coming from? So the government doing what is best. And not only here in Grenada, both government building both houses, you know. The other islands, the same thing. And I was surprised when I see both houses in the United States. Well, you have Mr. Leo and then been up the regular store. I see people living in both house up in the bush. And they have a little, the bush is shaped like how the Janet house was. And they have this the chimney.
Yeah.
I think for the smoke to go out.
Yeah, next
and
time
they're living comfortable.
Go to Buffalo next time.
People feel that Grenadians stupid. It's sense Grenada have why that's why they get rid of them. And if they continue talking the stupidness, the 5 seats they have,
taking
they
that
may
too.
lose it.
We're taking it.
And I will be jumping up. I will not be sleeping that night if it happens. So you might find when the noise disturbing your way there in Carrico, but you can't find where the noise coming from. It might be me alone. Let it continue to blow one of the time where they're shooting it. They have nothing to campaign on. They have no base, but they're using social media with them and the surrogates. But they can what all the Californians say, they can't keep a good man down.
Yeah.
The Grenadians are satisfied with 3 years so far. 23 and a half years cannot be compared with 3 years. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Landline caller? Caller?
Hello?
Yes, you're on, yes.
Hey, Kim.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leo Coy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Kim, don't be so wicked, eh? You don't know how to call them, you know. They're wicked. Because Kim had an experience with and the LLP. When I passed, I moved in the house. I built my house, right? It was a wall house. I'm moving a year before I passed. I go away with the roof. You know, when the people pass by me, they say they're not helping people with one house. Right? That is how we can hire. Now they're saying build one house for people.
Right.
A roof, I need a roof.
Okay.
Not the house, just the roof, right? And I only moving in the house a year before I went back. So you understand how much I had to spend there again, which I didn't even have at hand at the time.
Yeah.
But now they're telling the government,
Yeah.
why you give people one house.
Yep. Then
You know how hypocrite them people are? And wicked. That wickedness.
Yep. Yep.
They don't have nobody without one house. But now they call government to give people one house.
Yeah.
That's the wickedness of the opposition people and them. Another thing, Mr. Kim, I listen and I want people to think clearly about that. You see that new hospital government talking about it?
Yes.
And today, that's one of the things Grenada supposed to go up on too. And appreciate that. And don't every time I listen the opposition, the leader of LNP, Miss Tay, she criticized me about healthcare. And still criticizing the new hospital what the government said they want to build.
Okay. Okay.
That is something, Mr. Kim,
Yes.
people have to embrace that new hospital because you don't see people making motorcade to travel to go to surgery. Right?
Yep.
If you get that new hospital, that teaching hospital, the money you're spending, you don't have to spend all that money. The surgery could do right here.
So true.
Right? And they're telling you, you don't need the hospital. But when they get sick, they don't go to the general hospital in Grenada. They're going abroad.
Yep.
They're going abroad. And I had the experience because I tell people, I have to do a surgery and the amount of money it cost me to leave Grenada. And I didn't even go to America. I went to Barbados. And the amount of money I spent, I know. So this new hospital, people have to say, they have to embrace it and say, let it come. Bring it come, Prime Minister. Bring it come, quick.
Right. Okay.
Yes. Because healthcare will be better off. Well, surgery, you have to, the kind of surgery you have to travel for, you will not travel for that. You will be able to do it right here in Grenada. Right? So you would not have to make all that motorcade and all them things to raise how much thousands and thousands of dollars. You might have to make a motorcade still, but then still, you would not be all that amount what you making motorcades for now.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
So, Grenadians, I want to tell Grenadians, appreciate that new hospital and embrace that new hospital and let the government, praise the government for bringing it come. Our healthcare will be better off. And if you was the one that should have bring that, they spent 23.5 years and they still talking about healthcare. Healthcare should be up there now, and we should just, NDC should just polish it up.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what we're doing. So, Mr. Kim, you all have a good day and take care.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Next caller, next WhatsApp caller coming. Caller? Yes, you're on now.
Hello?
Yes, you're on. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Kim.
Yeah.
And that guy is speaking over me.
No.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
It's true that the NDC appointed that guy out of here as the... I was asking, is it true that the NDC is the one that...
Yes, go ahead. Forget your radio. It's behind you. Talk to me on the
Whatever the
phone.
question.
Yeah, go ahead with the question, yeah. Yes, caller. Caller?
What's happening then?
No, the callers listen to the radio. Listen to me on the phone, please, sir. Yeah, to listen on the phone. Listen
No,
on the phone.
delay.
Yeah. Yeah, the radio is confusing you. Yes. You're asking a
What I
question.
want to say
Yeah.
that it seems to me that if he is the supervisor of elections, and what I heard on Ride Along, it seems to me that he has ulterior motives.
Yeah. But he was appointed. You asking the question. He was appointed under the under the NDC administration, you know.
And I'm saying that the NDC has to remove that guy from that position.
Mm-hmm.
They won't fire him or shouldn't fire him, but remove him so that he won't have a detriment to the election upcoming.
Yeah. Okay.
And it is also, as what I heard, it also pertains to those guys at different stations that are deterring people from registering.
Yeah, because
they have to know by now what to do.
Right. Mm-hmm.
This guy is not incompetent. He is evil.
Okay.
No, I don't believe that
Okay.
he's incompetent. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to dissuade people from registering.
Okay.
So, Mr. Beacon, move him out of there.
Okay.
Don't fire him. Just move him.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Because
Carl.
he's not going to help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Did you guys? Did you all listen to that Ride Along interview with Junior George? And,
yes.
yeah.
And the supervisor of election.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this guy, they're trying to avoid now anybody's coming from a person's coming from diaspora to vote. But that was rampant in their time.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I don't think he understands the
law. Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I want to think he might be genuine, you know. Might. I'm just saying. But he's confused.
Genuine ignorance.
Yeah, no, honestly. Because what he said on Right Along there didn't make any sense. As a matter of fact, what he should be doing is coming to the electorate and making it as simple as possible. Say to them, listen, you are a Grenadian citizen. You are entitled to register. Make it easy.
As long as a citizen.
As long as you're a citizen, you could register. And then if you want to go with the Commonwealth now, tell them on the Commonwealth what you're supposed to do in order to register. Case closed.
Argument raised.
That's it. Vibes FM. Next caller.
Yes, but I had to call. Sorry for coming back.
No problem.
I had to come and help the partner, Cambridge. One of the things he forgot, which is so important, with the buildings that remain after Ivan that remain down, is the York House. That's why they used to hold Parliament in the Trade Center.
Right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Because where we used to have Parliament, it was in the York House. Before the new Parliament building that the NDC secure was built. So that York House is very important. He did mention the library, and he wasn't sure, but yes, the library is one of them. And there's quite a few other direct buildings in St. George's that Ivan destroyed.
And they're
that was
still
never
there?
rebuilt.
They're still there?
Yeah, he's still there. 20-something years. So I just wanted to add that part for him.
Yeah.
And the caller who was saying, before this last one, with the hurricane, with the rebuilding process, with concrete, I understand what he said, and that makes so much sense. You didn't want to put people roof, the concrete house. You didn't even want to have them put a roof back. Now you're asking for concrete building. I never thought of it that way. That makes so much sense.
Right.
But the opposition, I think the Uncle Ewan and you too, are talking about Ankoy. They're in the ocean, and anything they see, they're drowning, and anything they see, they're grabbing at it. So they're grabbing at straw.
Right, yeah.
My grandparents used to say they're grabbing at straw.
Well, they have nothing.
They can't find. They're about to drown, and they just can't find nothing to hold on to. So any little straw.
Yep. That's it. Anything. Anything.
To rescue themselves, that's right.
Yeah.
But talking about rescue, you're jogging by yourself and you're talking about coming and rescue people that swimming and in boat. How that is possible?
I mean, really.
You're talking about coming back to rescue Grenadians.
Right, yes.
But you outside in the ocean, you had to swim to survive. You ain't had no support, and you want to rescue people that's already on board a boat and swimming. How that is possible?
That's not possible. But that's what they're saying. In other words.
Well, that's what I want, and that's why I'm asking how you could rescue somebody when you are already jogging by yourself.
Right. Yeah. That makes no sense. Yeah.
I didn't listen.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, yeah. 443-0101, 443-0101, and 403-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. The lines are open if you want to call and interact with us. Feel free to do so. I'm looking at our calendar, Kai. Fisherman birthday is this weekend,
Yes, 29th.
29th.
That's tomorrow.
That's Sunday.
Sorry, not tomorrow.
Sunday, Fisherman birthday.
Yes.
And I'm looking at last year when Fisherman birthday was just before burial. We just got away with it, celebration. Because while we were enjoying Fisherman birthday, burial was barreling across the Atlantic.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
I think it reached late for Fisherman birthday.
Well, maybe Burial didn't want to fish.
Burial was trying to reach,
Yes.
But it didn't make it.
No, he make attack. He did make attack.
Attacker,
yeah.
Yeah.
But that we'll be celebrating that this weekend.
Yep.
And that's supposed to be a big celebration. But hold on, let me take a call. Vibes FM, caller coming.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Hey.
I the NNP to me how they care about people. Yeah, I want to prove to me how they care about people. Number one, 99% of government building where people have to work in an environment was very bad at needing repairs. Very bad at needing repairs. Number two, I remember the Prime Minister going Parliament to pass a bill concerning contract workers to get a little pension at the end of the time, which is a little more money for survivors. They get up and ask them what is the rush.
Yeah.
This government NNP, this NNP don't care about nobody. I think it's been there for a long time. A yellow till I'm dead.
Yep.
Yellow is the code.
Yeah, caller, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So I think they're still hurting from the election. They're still hurting.
Well, definitely, we know that.
So those little boys can do nothing.
Yeah.
And they stress on.
Yep. That.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jay. All right, let me try to see if I could take another call. Hold on. All right, we're going to have to just bypass that one day. But what the callers are saying, is that the NNP doesn't really care about people. And that is a known fact. I mean, that is common gender. Everybody know that. I mean, they're just talking now, running them out, empty. They're just making some noise because they are embarrassed, like I was saying, that the NDC is performing so well. And this time, as one caller just mentioned, they want to see 15-0 go down in the next election. But I mean, as far as I'm seeing, it's heading in that direction. Definitely,
well,
yes, it's heading in that direction. So it wouldn't surprise me if it does come to fruition. Definitely, but we want to make sure that the NDC government remains there with a sounding majority. I think, and I think it's improving because right now, the number of seats you have is basically like 10.
10 plus 5?
10, yeah.
10, yes.
10. Well, 10 10 plus, well, there's one independent and two.
So 10 plus
opposition.
4.
Yeah,
10, 10 4, 1.
Mm-hmm. And this is not election yet, because let me explain to you. When NDC won the election, NDC won with 9 seats, right? And the election didn't come as yet. The second election, next election didn't come as yet, but they have increased the seats, right? From 9 to 10.
Yes.
Opposition was 5 or 6.
Yes.
Opposition is down to 4.
I lost 2.
Yeah, they're losing seats.
9 and 6.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it was 9 and 6, yes.
Yeah, but now they have lost 2.
They have lost 2.
So
No.
they have
In other
gone
words,
down to
the
4.
election didn't come yet, and they lose 2 already. So imagine when election comes.
Well, that's when the losing would really take place, when election comes.
Yeah.
Now it's just
But this is the off season. Call it the off season.
Off-season.
In the off season, you're losing seats.
Halfway mark.
Yeah. Because that's what it is right now. So with another 2 years to go, we expect, when the campaign starts getting heated up, you're going to see the NNP just shrinking down because they have nothing to campaign on, and they have no plans or nothing of the nature to bring to the people that they would do. What are you going to do?
Forget what they will do. That has been my legacy. That's what I could show. That I did when we were there.
Right.
We have 0 to show. And all they have is empty promises per usual.
Well, that's what's been going on. And this is one of the reasons now, when they have in the little meetings here, meetings there, they cannot impress anybody. They can't get anybody to come around to listen to them, because there's no substance. Look at when the NDC is doing anything. Listen, anything. I still want to talk about, I'm in the town hall meeting with Andy Williams. I mean, a minister just calling a meeting there with his people in his constituency. The place ram pack, full out. Just imagine that, because people are satisfied with what they're seeing, and they want to make sure that they're present there to hear for themselves and to associate with the progress.
And that's why I see the ex-Prime-Minister is so obsessed with Andy. Because if you Andy's a big fish you want to catch.
But like anybody else, they ain't paying him no mind.
No.
You see that kind of strategy of trying to drag people down with you. That's an old strategy.
Wait a while. Talk about parties. I'm talking about, well, as of Peter's party, I can't blame him because this is a movement, and if you're going up or down, if you're moving up or down. But in Lacro,
PNP.
Well,
PNP.
PNP. Yes.
People's National Party.
Right, yeah, but that's what this party is here, People's National Party. But I heard Laco speaking to Dr. Bob on the Dr. Bob show.
I didn't hear it, I'm still to hate.
And believe me, I mean, I really, 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 I mean, feel it for him,
For who?
He's for Laco. Laco hurting. He really hurting. And he made statements to the effect, I can't quote him directly because I don't remember, but he was saying, that he didn't do anything. He was claiming he didn't do anything to be punished, and he was just thrown out. And the Prime Minister knew or knows of his commitments, meaning he has a mortgage to pay and pay, he has vehicle payments, he has a lot of expenses he had occurred over the years. And then just
his wife was pregnant.
And yes, his wife was 6 months pregnant, right? And then he just dumped him just like that,
unceremoniously.
Yes. And he could have done it better. In other words, he could have taken him out of the Senate, out of the cabinet, right? Keep him as a senator and put him in any other place to work. I almost can't put it.
I would believe Lacro and what he's saying if I didn't know the conviction. But I had several conversations with this guy. I know his heart is.
Yeah.
And I know how he assists other people, for what I heard, including Lacro. So to upset this man, and Deacon Mitchell is a fella, as we say in Caribou, he'll drink it tea cold.
You don't do it when you're hot.
Yeah, he ain't going to take your time. And win it and drink it. So to ups like that, and he was gracious enough to say, I lost trust, case closed. No
Right.
further details.
Right.
Well, why Electoral now want to go and raise his skirt in public?
Yeah.
Why? And something is in the matter beside the person.
You see, right now, but I believe what happened to Laco right now, he believes, that he's not getting any traction from the public. He expected to get some traction there. He's embarrassed. He cannot go to the NNP. He can't go to the movement or whatever. He can't really.
And something I suspect.
Yeah.
Laco coming out at this point and being so critical of the Prime Minister, that has its foundation in the same material as the mathematician, the Cole Wash,
Yeah.
and Mr. Telephone Operator. That is who financing all of that. Don't you believe that?
Well, what you're saying there, I believe might have some meat to it.
Only bone.
Yeah, not just bone alone.
Now say only bone. No meat on it.
No, but he's
been encouraged by somebody.
Yeah. I want to believe that too.
Well, as the same person that he's been in contact with some time ago that probably caused
his demise. He must be doing something of the nature because, really, the Prime Minister, I think it did it in the proper way. Really saying to him, I cannot trust you. I lost confidence in you. And this cabinet here is a special place.
Yeah.
If I don't trust you, you can't
well,
be around
Leo, you can't convince me of that. I know him too well. And Lacroix enjoyed a lot of prominence in the party. So for him to take the decision that he took, tell me something.
Yes, in a matter beside the person. Something happened. Something.
I am hearing a lot of talk in regards to this Laco. And I think, who asked him the question? Somebody asked the question about if the lotto issue had anything to do with it. And from what I heard, Laco said, it doesn't seem as though he had. I don't think he came out straight forward and said no or yes. But there seemed to have been some concern. I think that's one of the reasons why they're talking about corruption. The involvement. I think Laco gave an explanation, but I don't think I understand the explanation he gave, really. Because the things don't just happen. Things don't just happen so. It don't just happen. That's not how life goes. There is an action and there's a reaction and another action and a reaction. So I'm just saying, I don't think we're getting the full story. The truth, rather. Not necessarily the full story, but the truth as to what really
transpired.
Yeah.
I believe that too. And this is a loud secret. Everybody know where I stand. And remember now, I'm saying where I stand, not vibes.
Yeah, okay.
Where I stand. That I'm partial to Deacon Mitchell and his administration. And that came about because of the neglect and my experience with the New National Party, or rather not see any semblance of the New National Party returning to Carriacou. Because after we've given them such a solid mandate for so long a period, and we were compensated with nothing but promise and empty promises. When do you want me to catch myself again?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
You've been in government for 40 years, 23 years, not 23, 20, can't be more than that. 15 years without opposition. And you didn't see the need to even give us a proper hospital in Carriacou. You're talking about getting some British High Commission to pay in the hospital and you label it Smart Hospital. Well, I must be stupid to build this hospital smart. You didn't even do that to take care of the vulnerable. And you want to come back in the twilight of your life when you should be riding into the sunset to say, here I come?
Right. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it should be here you go. No, that kid Mitchell actually crazy. No, man.
Let me see. I think somebody just sent me a clip there. Let me see if I could bring a little bit of it.
Because I felt as somebody who is astute and intelligent, understand the terrain of law, etc., that you had 101 ways, Dr. Bob. 101 ways Sir could have dealt with that particular situation. Revoked my ministerial appointment and left me as a senator. And you could have placed me anywhere in the public sector to continue my service to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique with the senatorial title and still working in the Senate of Grenada. You could have placed me on a board or two so that I do not lose the financial package that I was receiving at the time. You know that I have a mortgage. You know that I have vehicular payments at the end of the month and other financial facilities with financial organizations. And I'm just, I sat for the past 11 months trying to decipher in my mind, because my wife was 5.5, 6 months pregnant at the time of my firing. And she had to be hospitalized because her pressure went to the roof. And I almost lost both of them.
Okay. Yeah. What Lacroix is saying there to the Prime Minister, you know I have a mortgage.
You know
I have one of my vehicular
mortgage
responsibility, yes. And other thing, the Prime Minister also. Lacroix tell you.
I wonder if he.
Oh, we know that.
Did he say?
Oh, we know that.
Knew?
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he said.
No. What's I saying? Didn't say Prime Minister knew that his wife was 5.5, 6 months pregnant?
Yes.
He said he knew that too?
Yes, he said everything. You know that.
But that
you know everything.
Well, let me tell you something. If his wife is 5.5 months pregnant, you could see some physical changes.
Yes, of course. Okay, right.
But how much physical change you could know in the mortgage? So how much physical change you could see in the payment? How the Prime Minister know that? That means the Prime Minister was involved in those two things, and Lacroix just tell me what I was hearing is true.
Yeah.
But the Prime Minister find a billion out all the time, and you stabbing me back.
Forget it. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You see?
So you understand me?
The truth does come out, you know.
The
truth does come out.
Not everything somebody had to explain to you, and you could read between the lines. Because you know I have a mortgage.
You know I have capital.
You know I have
And you still.
You get and I think.
And the thing is, sorry, hold on. He's making suggestions as to what should have happened.
Yes.
You got give me put me a board or two, so at least I could still make it.
Not
you could keep me around, but give me something else to do.
Not after as a habit, helping you out with the mortgage, admit you copy me anything, and then you go and meet with Diablo.
Vice FM. Color.
Yes, sir. Yes,
yeah.
Yeah. You cannot have a reaction without an action, right?
Yeah.
So, if Lacroix know what his situation is, then he should have known as an educator. He was the principal of Happy Secondary School. So, why people are saying education doesn't mean to say you are something.
Common sense.
Education is virtually knowledge.
Yeah.
But you need understanding to take you through. Now, he should have known, as how he know that the Prime Minister knows. He should have known to do what is right. Because look, this thing is not Lato. Okay, if there is something wrong in Lato that he realized, I can see the Prime Minister taking action against him for letting him know. Now, to speak the truth, Deacon wouldn't tell him he can't trust him. But what was rumored in Grenada is that he used to be meeting with kids. Okay?
And
you know that there are time government information being leaked out. So that could be part of it. I don't know, I'm just suggesting that.
Right.
Now, he ain't coming and say exactly what made Deacon get vexed. to take some action against him. So as the previous caller said, he's not coming clean.
Well, caller, you must know by now that Deacon is not a contra fire. Deacon is just jump and do things. Deacon, look how many times Kiss Michelle was at Deacon's in his face, and Deacon just take it cool. The man is a very cool fella. So I believe that Lacro must have done something grossly wrong to have Deacon take such a drastic action and at such short notice. Something wrong? And Lacro just tell me that. Lacro confirm it. Because he said, if I miss all the business.
One of the easiest thing to cause a marriage to flop is lack of trust.
Trust.
Yes.
That's it.
I normally tell people, love brings two people together. Okay? But love don't keep a relationship in it. Trust is what keeps it.
Yeah.
And anytime you cannot trust the individual in your marriage, it done. You should not be looking over your shoulder. No, you should not ease. But that lack of trust will have you like what you are going to open the morning but you don't want to go. Like you have to go there but you don't want to go. Because why? When you leave home, you just tell yourself something going to happen home. You know? So that causes the whole thing to fall apart.
Yeah.
So when the Prime Minister said to Lacro, I cannot trust you, that means it's over. You cannot be sitting knowing government because he can't trust you. And look, the Prime Minister has not had to understand because they'll show you up front. I don't know. He's the only man that playing our votes with the cat turn up.
And Jack besides.
Very, very easy.
Yeah.
He can't turn up.
Yeah.
So you could see, and you still not going to beat him. I mean, I'm surprised that Lacro you see, but watch. Anyway, let me go back the rest. I ain't going to train on that thing.
Yes.
So, I was good.
But Lacro disappointed me because
thank you.
If anybody make a separate for me, I was going to call Lacro. And I can't do it now.
No. Vibes FM, next caller. What's up, caller?
Kim.
Yeah.
Kimaleo, all right, going back on the Lacro issue, all right, let me just dissect it a little bit. All right, I listened to the interview twice. I listened to it this Sunday, and then I went back Sunday night, and I did listen to it. And then what I get with Lacro, all right, okay, I had a little sympathy for him in the sense that, he said that his wife was pregnant. He had so many bills, he just got a new van and all these things, and then, all right? When somebody says something like that, you feel... you feel bad to know that his wife, also she was a teacher, and that's the only income that was coming in. All right, well, the question asking concerning the Lacro, again, and then what Lacro was saying now is that when he get into that position towards it, Lacro and everything, because remember, the first person there was Ron, right? And then remember that military moved to Lacro, all right? So what Lacro saying that when he inherited that ministry, basically that cover up Lacro and all this thing on him, the statutory body and things like that, he's saying that that there was an issue that was existing there, and then he bring it to the Prime Minister attention, all right, and then he said also he feel like it was ignored basically, all right, and then he came back to the Prime Minister again, like the Prime Minister give him assurance, we're going to look into it, whatever. But he's saying that he came back to the Prime Minister again, and like the Prime Minister kind of ignore him. So he make it look like the Prime Minister was irritated by he just keep bringing up that same thing. You understand what I'm saying? So basically, why he was saying now that he don't know the reason why he get fired. So then he let in the crowd now. The people believe now that it's because that he constantly bringing up that issue. But yesterday, if you listen to Ride Along, I don't know if you guys listen to Ride Along with Django. Yesterday, Django was saying that that Laco know the reason why that he was fired, because Laco said that he did not know the reason that he was fired.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, talk about where he was escorted, whatever. You know, matter of fact, he didn't really say he escorted. He said he went by the elevator and then two gentlemen came. There was cops. And the only time that he was escorted basically was when he went back to the office was to pick up his document because his stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then what he say with Cohen, whatever, and Cohen walk him to the car to make sure that he exit the premises, whatever, the area, whatever. All right. So if you listen to Django yesterday, there was a different take now. There was a twist now. Django said that Laco knew why he was fired. And then Django said that he had certain dealings with Laco. So basically, like he's saying, like it could be some financial reason why, you understand? And if you go back to the new Today newspaper, where it was alleged that Laco had some financial problem, and they said that the Prime Minister bailed him out, and then they talk about some cruise where he used the money to pay up his own bill. You understand? As they say, as the newspaper say it was an insider. That's why I usually was alleged, because I'm not sure on that. I just say talking from the newspaper. So it got to be that something went on financially, and then you have to be that the Prime Minister don't want the embarrassment. Because if you realize what Laco said to, the Prime Minister even offer him to be an ambassador to Canada. You understand what I'm saying? So the Prime Minister did give him a thing, but Laco wanted to be in Grenada with his family. He said he didn't want to move his family, which I think was a better opportunity for him. At the time, if you go to Canada, you know, I mean, Canada with his family and whatever. But Laco have to come back to that. He did not want his seat. You know what I mean? And the Prime Minister have a right to hire and fire. You know what I mean? And you cannot tell the Prime Minister where you want to go. You understand? The Prime Minister put you where you want to put you. If you don't want it, then you just reject it. You understand? So basically, what I'm gathering for that, something have to do with finance. You know, I'm not saying that it is that, but based on what Django said, because Django said that he have receipts, meaning that he have evidence and he have to talk to our attorney, and then he could bring it out. But the thing about the kid and Kim and Leo, I don't want NDC to be in a fighting thing like Laco said that one said that, and we don't need that. Lead that fine and pay. You understand? We have an election to think about and to win, and let us concentrate on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Nicola.
All right, thank you.
Okay, right. But like I was saying, there is something that went on there that Laco knows and doesn't want to speak about it.
Well, Laco just tell me.
Yes, he just explained it.
Laco tell me. I can ask him again.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister knew.
No, and he knows that the Prime Minister knows, and he's pretending that he doesn't know why he was dismissed.
Yeah, and emphasizing he knew.
And you know all my business. But anyway, and that's why Laco now, in his situation there, he can't make no headway with no party or nothing of consequence right now with that PNP, People's National Party or something like that. That's DOD, dead on arrival. DOA, sorry. No, honestly, he can't make no, and he's going to run in the constituency there. What can he do? I mean, he didn't even win under the NDC with the support that the NDC had. He was still unable to win his seat in that constituency. And now, out of that loop with the NDC, not with the NNP, and he is going to form a party to be of some kind of effect or something.
I'm wondering if Laco and Deacon had any face-to-face since his dismissal.
Apparently not. Apparently not. So apparently not.
Well, boy, know something wrong.
You never know. But I would imagine they didn't. That's maybe vitamin. Caller, come in. Caller?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I listened to that interview a little bit of it with Dr. Bob with Laco, And Laco said that he didn't know why he was dismissed. He asked the Prime Minister for a conference with him to get together. And the Prime Minister did offer to see him the day before the press conference. Then he, Laco, said, I didn't go because I want to hear what was in the press conference. If he wanted to know why he was fired, he was offered an opportunity to.
Oh, that's true. Yes. He
Give me a
was.
break.
Yes,
If you want to know, the man said, come in my office and I'll tell you.
right.
What does the press conference have to do with that?
Right. He did. I think I have that clip, I may not be able to find it right away.
Yes,
But
he
yes,
said the professor offered him to come in to talk to him before he had the press conference the next day.
yes.
He said, no, I want to hear what you got to say at the press conference first.
Right. Caller, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Laco indict himself.
Yes.
That's self-indictment.
Yeah.
Yes, that tells me he knows, but he didn't want to tell you. You want to put in the Prime Minister.
Right. You want to hear? Yeah, you want to hear what you had to see first.
He won't change the facts.
Right.
You know too late. Come on, man. That guy's a joke.
Well, he finished. His political career is basically finished,
Yeah.
He ain't going nowhere. He never started?
No, I'm saying he just started, so he can't finish yet.
Huh? Caller?
Anyway, I just want to bring it up.
All right.
That was glaring.
Okay,
He
caller.
didn't want to know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, let me take another call there. Next caller, you're next. Yes, come in. Yes, you're on. Yes, come in.
Yes, Kim and your host. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You are a businessman, okay? You have your business, and you have your employers, but you know what your employers are doing, right? So you are looking at your employers, employees, and you're trying to give them a little benefit of the doubt, and you're trying to walk around them. But they keep repeating the stuff that they are doing. But you are looking, you're not blind, you're looking, you're letting it slide. But it will come a day when you will put your foot down, and you say enough is enough.
Yeah.
And you as a good employer, you want the person's name to go to the dust or whatever. So you just come to the conclusion that I'm going to let you go.
Right.
And you know why I let you go.
Yes,
you know why.
You must know.
I know why. But I'm not saying anything because I just want your name. I don't want it to escalate. I just want to leave it like that.
Right. Right.
But I know that if I employ with you, I will go out there and give the public a different story or a different, but they to feel sorry for you to say, oh, well, Kim is such a bad boss and all of that,
Right.
But I know to myself that I was wrong, and I know what I did wrong or what I say wrong, right? So Laco is just fooling the public.
Trying to.
He trying.
Whoever else here, he trying. Whoever else here, let them hear. Yeah, and whoever else to see, let them see. All you have a good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much.
for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's very easy to understand the whole thing there.
Well, you see, Laco left quiet as a lamb.
Yes.
Because he has a skeleton in the closet.
Yes, but now for some reason, because maybe he's trying to put a party together.
Not putting a party together because encouraged by those desperate ones. The same one who paying the mathematician and the telephone man and the coolie wash. Same social employment. You get hired by them too. But then again, he's a more familiar figure because he's been dealing with them for a long time. That's my assessment of the situation.
But that makes no sense because once I understand that he was going to speak, I said to myself, what he's going to talk about, because he's been there and he knows this entire situation, but he's just looking for some kind of, I don't know, maybe publicity. Maybe
I even heard
he's been forgotten. I mean, really.
I even heard the Prime Minister making a comment recently that if he had remained in the organization, probably something would have happened somewhere else or whatever. But he's making the point on the basis that his reaction and his response to the situation didn't help. Because it's for saying that if he had remained in the organization, something could have happened other than what we now seeing. Whatever it means, what are the implications?
Mm-hmm.
I find that comment is very interesting.
But Lacroix should be happy that Deacon is a nice and quiet fella.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he kept the closet closed.
Yes.
He could have opened it and say how much skeleton we have inside there, you know. He kept the closet closed. I have no more to disclose to the public.
And not even that. When he was asked the question and they tried to drill on him to answer, he says, "Listen, that's it.
I said what I've had to say, and that's it.
And finish right there. I don't owe the public, the media, any explanation." He said so straight out.
But yeah.
Yes.
See the difference?
Mm-hmm.
And another thing again, look at how Ron Redhead had a similar experience where he was fired. Fired in the sense of, well, they give reasons. But look at Ron. Ron didn't go in a corner and start to cry and say, oh, this, that. He continued doing what he was doing all the time, looking after the constituency, and he remained in the organization. He is now the PRO. He is now the same party that asked him to leave.
Yeah.
He is now the PRO of that organization because he remained there and do what he had to
Vibes
do.
FM. Caller?
Yeah, Vibes FM. Okay.
Yeah.
Afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
Yeah, Kim, I think Laco missed the opportunity of a lifetime.
So true.
You see, Laco was young in the business. I mean, of course, everybody want to build themselves, want to grow. But apparently, Laco was a bit he was too fast on his feet. He got position, and I mean, he's not an elected MP. Yeah?
Yeah.
But you're bringing all your little personal. Remember, as an MP, you are expected to be of service at the highest level. In other words, you're sacrificing more than the ordinary man.
Right.
Yeah? But if you sound as though you're just an ordinary worker with all your little problems, your car payments, I mean, all of that is human and we understand. But sometimes when somebody has to lead in leadership, you have to have some special strengths. But you come in and you bring in all your this payments and that payments and what, and on top of that, if you are offered a position and you're refusing, you're giving trouble to take the position. You know, and if you remember history, that was a similar thing in the Tillman Thomas government, where when you had a reshuffle, people refusing and chaos.
Yes.
So the Prime Minister ain't stupid. He's not going to go down this road where if you call 4 or 5 ministers and they all refuse to take positions in a reshuffle, you're asking for problems there. The Prime Minister has to stand up and stand his ground. Maybe he give you a little choice and so, but he's not happy if you come up with some foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I want to believe he really lost a good opportunity in life. And to me, he's in a worse off position today because if you come with all your baggage, I mean, you are asking the Grenadian people to literally carry you.
Right.
Because you want to pay you want to pay your bills.
Right.
Really. You know? I don't know if he's living above his means or what. I don't know, but you know, I think he missed an opportunity of his lifetime.
Definitely. I share that opinion and I don't think he's
You had to be more humble. That's what it is.
But being a pastor though. Caller?
Yeah.
Being a pastor, maybe you could have gone and asked for forgiveness.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, you could have gone to apologize. I mean, yes, and, you know.
it's obvious to me.
Yeah.
That the Prime Minister was extremely helpful to Lacro. He sacrificed a lot to Lacro. Because remember now, Lacro was one of the more popular guys in the whole outfit, you know.
Yes.
Especially the campaign season.
He was the chaplain. He was the chaplain of the cabinet.
Yes.
You know? And people look to him for that spiritual guidance.
I tell you, all the crying before the election in those last suggestions and things. So is Lacro making people cry, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
When Lacro say praise, people crying.
I tell you, one time I was doing a coverage of the program there, and all of a sudden I was in tears. I couldn't eat. I couldn't do nothing. I was shaking. I was moved. I feel like a spirit, like something was around me. You know?
Well, let me tell you something. Me and her.
Yeah, I don't know if he meant it's time for payback. So I want what I want. You know.
Well, if Lacro had a church, I would have joined. Millie would have joined Lacro Church because
the spirit was really moving.
Lacro convinced me, you know.
Yeah.
So when I realized this conviction was a wayward one, I must be upset. So the Prime Minister felt betrayed by Lacro, and I couldn't understand it.
You can't go for service at the highest level with all this amount of baggage.
No.
Too much baggage.
Yeah.
I know he asking the Grenadian people. He asking the Grenadian people now to support him?
No. People, well, that means you have to go and give Lacro his house, his car, and everything. I mean, I don't understand. When would he start to give back to Grenadians then?
Right now, what he should do right now?
Anyhow, I'm listening.
Yeah, okay, Caller, thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Solio.
Keep a very low profile. And if everything, the mathematician
might come to his rescue.
I know. if when she gets his salary from Diablo, if it's enough to share. But understand, she was being informed by Lacro. And by knowing the committee as I do, something very, very, serious would have affected him for him to take such a drastic action.
Vibes FM, caller comments. Caller, what's up, caller?
Good day, Kim. How you doing?
Okay, all right.
Fine.
Okay, Kim, with that whole scenario with Mr. Lacret, to me, it seems like it has some things that are missing, because if you say that the Prime Minister told there was a press briefing bulletin that was put out, and you know that you were supposed to have a meeting with the Prime Minister the day before, you refuse to go and have that meeting with the Prime Minister before you wait on the press briefing. Then you refuse to come to the constituency, because remember, you're responsible for the people. You are the caretaker of that constituency. You never come to them. You throw in your towel. And after you throw in your towel now, here we come now today with a party that you form, PNP. Before you throw in your towel, you should have at least meet with the people, have a dialogue, or have a meeting with the Prime Minister, because remember, disciplinary actions was all that was taken against you. No one threw you out of the party.
Right.
It was just disciplinary actions that was taken against you. And you resigned from that party. No one threw you out. Then you went ahead in your constituency. You was trying to get meeting with a particular individual who you chastised on the campaign. Your opponent, you was calling on people to get a meeting for you with the guy. And during that time, the guy was focused on getting rid of Peter David from his party.
Right, so
when he gives you that meeting now, and the people in Northwest knows that, you know, Kim.
Okay.
We know that.
Okay.
We know that.
Okay.
You went and had a meeting, and the man said that he will not put an NDC to run in Northwest.
Okay.
Northwest people knows that this thing is no secret.
All right.
It's not a secret, as some people want to make it seem. I mean, those who are on social media and don't know about it, I mean, they just don't know. But he went and had a meeting, and he did not get the response. Hence the reason why he didn't come out. And his only option now is to form a political party. And you brand the PNP, and then you come out now and you're saying, oh, the Prime Minister fired me so, and my wife this and that happened. if someone lost trust and confidence in you, Kim, you know that what they call loyalty?
That's
what they call loyalty.
Powerful word.
Look, that's a powerful word.
Yep.
You don't just imagine if this guy had won his seat and became an MP. He was putting NEC back to the same drawing board in 2008, 2012.
Yeah.
He would have gone with it. He would have created chaos, and people would have lost the same trust and confidence in NDC. But that did not happen because he did not win his seat. And the prime minister, and that's the thing about the prime minister, his leadership is totally different. He did not take a kicking you out or whatever is the case. He came back to we, the public, to let us know that, look, I lost trust and confidence in that particular person. He didn't lie. He has no reason to lie. And it could have happened to any MP. Any MP that could have happened to, and he would have taken disciplinary measures. Here's the reason why I say to the woman that's spreading all the rumor, Kim. Do you think that the most honorable prime minister, with his reputation that he has going, would allow any corruption to happen within the National Democratic Congress?
No way.
He don't care
No
who
way.
it be.
No way, man.
He will deal with it to suit and stand, even if it means, for what the prime minister shows me, even if it means he had to lose a seat. If any individual is going out of order, he don't mind doing so. He will not compromise his decency for nobody.
Right. Right, you're right.
So for we friend in Northwest Day, who make a blunder, and the guy you went and sit down and eat the seafood with in Grand Mall. That's the guy that run slap up that boy up the he trying right now, he coming all about on the ground in Northeast and trying to bring himself towards people, but everybody know he's a fake. He's not a people person. He could never win a seat in Northeast. If Lapo is just imagine for me who live in Northwest, I had to know Lapo resign Kim from Nimrod Olivier through a post.
Yes.
Could you imagine that?
Yes. Yeah, that exposed him right there. That exposed him right there, you know.
Yeah, you show it through Nimrod Olivier overplayed that food, man. And the people who supported you, well, not supported you, but let me make it clear because he don't seem to know that. We the people support the most honorable prime minister, not Jonathan Lacret, and I'll put it broad here. Yes, the MPs are there, but the face of the National Democratic Congress is the leadership. Dick Mitchell we vote for, and that's a fact.
Right.
So if he don't want to understand that, I know he's learning, but it's a little too late. But nobody vote for you because of the principles and the policies of the leadership of the National Democratic Congress. We come out in large numbers and vote, and we have mass registration going on, and there will be more people coming. There will be a bigger turnout in the next election to support Mr. Dick Mitchell because he's doing a fantastic work. It's not about Laco or whoever. It's about the leadership of NDC.
Right.
And this guy never knew that. He don't understand politics to know that we don't vote for you. We vote for the leadership. He who give us the drive to come out and show we support for NDC. He give us that drive, and up to now we still have the drive because of the prime minister. The prime minister. So he got it wrong, Kim.
Yeah,
he got it wrong.
Yeah, we know that.
And that thing that he has done there, that dead on arrival. This thing ain't going nowhere.
Caller?
This thing ain't going nowhere.
Caller?
Yeah.
Caller, I don't know you, but we've been to the same school. And I like how you putting it down. Yeah? Because it's so true. Exactly what you're saying.
That's the reality. The guy don't realize it, but the people tune out and they turn out to support you, and not because they smile and they laugh with you, means that we support you, we support the prime minister and his policies. The prime minister is the face, and you need to understand that.
Okay,
so, gentlemen,
Kala, thank
have
you.
a good day.
Thank you, same for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me try to take another. Caller, are you still there? Caller, thank you for waiting. Caller, you next landline.
Yeah, good day.
Yes, good day. Yes.
So listen, Mr. And I'm going to try to speak like the late Filmo Polido.
Okay. Go ahead.
Of all the people to act like the Laco did claiming to be a pastor or of the Christian faith, he should realize that it said, when a door closes, another one opens up. That's it is offered to Canada.
Uh-huh.
And he may not know what he missed.
Right. Okay.
So I'm just sad that you never know how things turn out down the road until you try.
Okay.
He could have taken the offer. He's the ambassador to Canada.
Yes.
With his family, he'll be taken care of. Don't be stranded.
Yeah.
So it's kind of sad for him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, caller. Thank you so much. Next caller. Next WhatsApp caller, come in.
Afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Right. I just want to say thank you to the government and for giving so much to agriculture in Carrico. And thank you for bringing back Mr. McIntosh. He has worked in the field of agriculture, and that would serve the people of Carrico well. And for those podcasters in Carrico that still believe that they can give people big food, gone are these days, and we need to move forward and look forward to the good things that are going to happen in Carrico. And let us continue to support each other and help each other. Thank you, Bobby, for continuing to educate and to inform us. And thanks to Kevin for accommodating the Grenadians who came up on Saturday. From all reports, they said that they were well taken care of and they enjoyed their stay in Carrico. Thank you and have a great day.
Okay, thank you so much, caller. Okay. All right. Now, gentlemen, listen, we have a few parties that we started off the conversation with coming up. And there's also the Carrico CGCP, something like that.
Change for Hope.
Change for Hope, whatever, And that one has launched already.
Hope for Change. Which one?
So Hope for Change.
That one, you remember the word Kukute? That is Kukute.
And as you on that, the leader, we all know who the leader is contesting the Carrico diplomatic seat. Yeah,
right, yeah.
That's where. So we have somebody already in the mix, not just
Tevin.
No.
And Ted.
So we got Tevin, Cox, and
what's her name is that what's her name again?
Jones.
Yes. Some.
I think Carol
Jones.
Yeah.
Carol Jones.
Yes. She's the leader of the party. And she's going to be contesting the Carrico's diplomatic seat.
Well, I think that is the only candidate in her party.
No, man.
Well, she launched.
She
launched a few candidates about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, about a month.
No, not that much. No, but not last show. The show before that.
She did announce.
She launched them, and hours after they were launched, they
call back and say that.
Call back to say they don't want to be involved anymore.
Well, because I'm betting. I'm not a betting man, but I'll bet this one that this party ain't getting two candidates.
They have, and you know who is one? Our own Flint.
No.
Flint
is the candidate for Northwest.
No.
Northwest.
Listen.
For this lady?
No,
yes.
No, listen, hold on.
Come on.
No. Watch. Up to about 2-3 hours ago, Flint was in my office.
Yeah.
Okay, we spoke about it.
Okay. Well, I mean.
No. What transpired?
Updated information.
No, yeah. What transpired is that she spoke to some of these people, and they were giving her, like encouragement. You see, yes, possible. Go for it, girl. Whatever.
Well, you shouldn't do that.
No, but hold on. In doing so, this is what she explained, because I look at the video. In doing so, and they agreed with her policies in just sometimes courtesy, giving courtesy. Okay. And then what happened is that she went and she launched them. And when she launched them now, and people start seeing, they start calling the individual and say, hold on a minute, you with this party, you're running there. And then they called her back and tell her that they were not comfortable with the feedback they were getting from the community, so they would have to stay out.
Well, she should know in the first place, you have to know the difference between courtesy and omagai.
Right.
Yeah,
You
you must know when somebody's been courteous to you or the mama guy in you.
Right. Okay. Well, maybe she didn't know the difference because hours, not much, less than 2 hours after they were put out there as candidates, she came back and did a video and said that she explained what transpired, how she had the conversations with them, and they sort of agreed with policies, whatever, and then it was okay. Or maybe at the time they said yes, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, she explained the whole thing. I don't remember it right now. And that was it. And
so you're telling me she's out of the race?
No,
Her party's out.
Hold on.
No.
Not out of the race. Was she ever in the race?
Because I want to just collect money from Koi. Because I don't bet him marriage and get into the candidates. I wish my bet like that.
Don't pay no money yet. Eh?
No. I mean, we never enter into such an agreement yet.
To me, it's a foregone conclusion. I tell you.
But no. So you're saying, Mr. Mills, that what's his name again? The guy in Karakoye?
Flint
is not a candidate.
No, man, Flint
He said to you that he's no longer okay. All right.
He's not a candidate.
All right. And we have, in fact, she almost have.
Well, listen. Look where they put him up as a candidate in the Northwest. I mean,
against Diablo.
Northwest.
But Northwest in Georgia, yeah, Northwest St.
George, Northwest.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
No, he's not there.
Then first 6 7 joke.
No, because the thing about here is that Super Flint is it's Carrico.
Yeah, well, I mean, if been in the party, I think he would have, if he had to be part of that party, he would have contested the Carrico seat. But he did so already in the past
on the light.
As an independent.
No, it wasn't independent. It was under the light.
A party.
Yes. That was the party that was supposed to build the bridge between Wingwood and Peter Martinique.
Yeah.
No, Carrico and Peter Martinique.
Yes.
There's the other one who had to build a bridge from Carrico to Grenada.
No, man, come on.
I know the Carrico and Peter Martinique.
No, I'm saying there was another person who
had that idea.
Yes, and in fact, he went far. He campaigned on it. What's his name again from Grenville side there?
But the reason I don't even know it because he never really made any impact. I would have known about that. I would have heard about it. But you'll find a lot of this fly-by-night people coming up with all this kind of and nothing serious. But what's surprising me though, I'm telling you what's surprising me, in that the movement has not yet launched.
Probably movement are moving.
No man, it's growing as far as from
we're looking for candidates.
Huh?
You're looking for candidates?
Yeah, we're looking for candidates.
And another thing I'm going to bet you is that the movement will not be able to fill all 15 seats.
Well, it might.
Well, I don't think they might be looking to fill
all the 15 seats.
All the 15 seats.
Or you doing just to, how much you think you will fill 9?
No. I don't even think they might be looking for that either.
Well, then what are you running for? You want to be in opposition?
I said to you earlier on that they want to be recorded in history as someone who participated in Grenada's election. Doesn't matter the result. The result is not the issue right now. But history will record that, hey, I'm a.
Well, I run independent now. I want to make history. So you? I want to make history too.
Me too.
Oh yes.
I want to miss my chance. I'm in a hole, but I
want to put me down in the books.
One last.
I might lose my $200, but I.
Well, of course, most likely this.
Remember the guy was representing just now, Filmo Polido?
Yeah.
You know Uncle Filmo?
Yes.
One time I met him, he said, Uncle Leo, what you seen here is not the Uncle Filmo you used to know, you know. It's what left. So if what's left of me, come on, no.
Vibes FM.
You.
I call back.
Yeah.
Yes, I call back. The other politician, man, I know what was thinking and campaigning about that bridge from Grenada to Carrico is Winty Frederick. I mean, that man has plans. Whereas every day we think about, we talk about some river come up to Paradise, banana boat to come in.
Yeah.
So when he said Jig was very smaller,
yes, it is him referring to. But he won a seat, he was in Parliament. Not that he just talking. He was in Parliament.
Which Parliament?
What year was that?
Greater Parliament. Winty Frederick.
And and then his symbol was there. I remember that after JLP, I think he found you in party, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, his symbol. I just can't remember. That's my deceased cousin.
And
hello, caller. You know his brother? Yeah. Do you know Winty's brother Kenneth?
No, but this is Winty. That's what my deceased. He was my cousin, you know.
Yeah, well, because I used to live with a guy called Kenneth Frederick.
No, I don't know him.
He worked with Huggins for a very long time.
Okay.
But
if you think about like the river in Paradise, the harbor, so Mr. Winty was something very good too about the beach from Grenada to Carrico, and maybe this man had a very, very, very good plan because he was a man for agriculture, and Winty did know a lot about agriculture and things, you know.
Okay.
So anything very serious. So in any case, the MP have nothing to campaign on again because the island gas failed, that the ice cream and cake melt, and that I understand that it's a bakery woman going back to the road, that they will be getting box of bread, box of cake, box of tarts, pizza, and cheese roll and thing, you know? So that they will be feeding them on again, you know? So I understand that Mr. Wajan is going back again. So, Mr. Wajan, you take a rest and enjoy bakery and treat your workers good and see that everything goes right in your bakery. Take a back seat. Take a rest, Mr. Wajan. Let somebody else take your space position. Thank you. Have a blessed afternoon.
You too.
Okay.
Yes.
One basket man today?
No, I didn't hear him, no.
Yeah, basket man, my Shilong making his basket on him.
Yeah, well, yes.
He might make it as
no. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Okay,
Everybody,
take care.
You too.
Yeah, okay. Right. But just like I'm saying to you guys, this upcoming election is going to be a very, very interesting election. I
think we'll see some passing of parties. Literally passing of parties before election time come around.
Yeah.
Huh? Because I don't know how many seats Peter will be able to fill. Which I think after NDC and NNP, the biggest, the more popular one might be the movement.
Yeah, maybe, but
because NTP or NPP, whoever is, what do you call it?
PNP.
PNP, yes.
PNP.
I think PNP will get a deposit. I think PNP will get two constituents now.
So okay, I mean they're the newest kid on the block, Pussy, along with Hope for Change. But GLP is also there, and GLP will come back and try again to bring us back to GLP days. Try, I should say.
But I would say, in conclusion, I'm disappointed in Dr. Mitchell. They had a good run. They were entrusted with the welfare of the country for 40 years. 40, you know. And you did a lousy job. What make you think that you're entitled to another minute, let another term, to come back and say you're representing Grenada? Your successes pale in comparison to your failures. So,
listen, somebody just messaged me as it pertains to the conversation we had earlier on about LACO. And it says the PM said on Beyond the Headlines, that's this past
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah. Beyond the Headlines, the Lotto issue was not the reason
for dismissal.
LACO.
Go ahead. That is.
Right, so people sometimes maybe can't,
Well, it's not
that.
It's
not
Lotto. It's not the Lotto. It's the mortgage. The mortgages.
It's somebody know more than me.
No, but I just sort of rationalizing things. And
Yeah. But that's what transpired.
So, you tell me what I went now. Because it's obvious.
So, and did a phrase water dry?
Who?
That is not a phrase that has been used by water dry boy. You don't hear that?
I know.
Why is water wet all the time?
Water always wet. When you water the land dry, but water always wet. But come on, man, you can. And I feel insulted as a Carrickwan and somebody who at least have a couple years of primary school, that you should expect to fool me for more than 40 years, and I mustn't say anything. Eh? Well, no, something wrong with Michelle.
So you, if you are loyal too.
Yeah, but you can't do that, and you speak to him about it already. And you tell him, and you.
Vibes FM, what's up, caller? Come in.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Right, bro.
I don't want to make any any accusations or such. But anyway, I could only have a call or get a call, receive a call from you anytime soon.
Yeah.
Because I'm planning to be ahead. I chosen this program today. I'd love to turn to Isaiah 5, and if you look at chapter 18 and onwards, woe to people who want to consider good evil good, just sweet good, and all these sorts of things. I just don't like the idea, because I find as I say, the political wrangling, I could only hope that the elections after this and the political wrangling would be put aside. What is done and what has to be done, whatever, etc. I personally will appreciate, but at the same time, I don't like the mudslinging thing, and I prefer if you try to, the Messiah had called on us to, love one another, not to be hypocrites with each other, and to keep each other down and whatnot, etc. I'm struggling here still. I'm proud to be a British farmer. Mr. Coy knows me. I have automatic. I have a stick shift vehicle, and I think he knows it very well. I think he saw me driving it. So, the gifts that I'm receiving from the Almighty Creator, I'm so happy to have them, because 1 foot, and it seems to me, people have been shunning me away from the reality of life. They're trying to get me locked up inside a house in a wheelchair and whatnot. I'm disappointed with the Ministry of Agriculture and all these sorts of different things. I spoke about the road, and I heard goodly Kem Jones trying to bash talking about the road because he didn't reach his thing. I personally spoke about the road, and the road that I is a true road. A true road, meaning it's government owned, it's not private owned. George Bizan had disappointed me by telling me the government doesn't own any land where my lands are, and so he will not be able to do the road. And I would like to say to Honorable Pauline Andrews, I think she's alive still, and I wish her good health, because she was one very instrumental in working on that road. It's a true road, and I'm suffering here because I need to work on my land, because Daryl had lifted up majority of my nutmegs and water that I planted after Hurricane Ivan and Emily. So once again, Isaiah 5, and from chapter 18, verse 18 and onwards, that we can work on that, and let's see if we can stop the political wrangling and the bickering and the laughing and the murmuring and the mockery and the whatnot to switch over the idea, because they are multi-statement. Only he alone has this thing in his hand. The past prime minister is taking the bill in his hand. The Almighty Creator had the bill in his hand. So, those people, at this thing. Anyhow, y'all have a good.
Caller, yes, just before you go, please give me a call later, please. We need to talk.
I will do so.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Somebody just messaged me here, and they're saying that, as you were saying, Coy, sometimes people want to get their name down in history, but they're saying that the movement would not be contesting all the seats.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That's as obvious as today's Thursday. Mm-hmm.
So, well, if you want to run the government,
mm-hmm.
you gotta win at least eight seats.
But but the thing is, not everybody who enter election want to win government. All they want is a seat. All they want is to have control or effect on the constituency.
But the way things run in this parts of the world, when it comes to government, is that the majority of the party that wins the most seats runs the government.
Of course.
Well, yeah, but and
the opposition, as much as they might make noise here and there, wherever, the eyes have it.
Yeah, but
every time.
Also, remember, we have a classic example right here in the Grenadines. Yeah? Mitchell was won the seat for Southern Grenadines.
Yes.
And he became the prime minister because he was the only one between the two. And if they wanted him to be on their side, to be in government, he was given, he requested that, listen, if you want me to be part of you or be a government, I have to be the prime minister. And that's what happened. So Mitchell became the prime minister, although he won a seat. Southern Grenadines.
I remember that. I remember that.
So the point is he ended up to be the prime minister
because he win one seat.
So I'm just saying, some people just don't want. They don't really want to go and do the 9 yards and fight.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on a minute. Just for argument's sake.
For argument's sake.
Okay. NNP wins 7. NDC wins 7.
Yes.
The movement win 1.
Yes.
Where you going?
Well, I mean, that is for him to understand.
That puts the movement in the strongest position.
Yes.
Because the movement, you said NDC wins 7.
Yeah.
And NNP wins 7.
7, sorry.
Well, that one seat, you could be very proud of yourself and you could like yourself because you have to deal with me if you want to govern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you need 15.
So
I mean,
okay.
you need 8. Right?
Okay, right. Okay.
8, yes.
So now, you believe or you think he's going to you were just talking, that he's going to join Keith?
No, but you see, this is what Keith will do. Keith will tell him, come, I'll make you prime minister. Case closed, argument rest.
Well, of
so
course,
all is forgiven. So he gone with Keith now he's prime minister because that's what he wants anyway.
Well, that's the point. That's the point. I mean, he determines what happens, which side will form the government. Right. And the bargain is, if I come over on your side, I am the prime minister.
But hold on. But listen, Keith basically threw him out, dumped him. Hold on.
Yes.
When he was in the NDC, he was dumped.
But in this instance, his desire to be the prime minister,
no matter what,
is greater than
who he joined.
Not only that, to all the mishandling and the bad handling that he brought his way. That pales in comparison to his desire to be prime minister. Yeah. The fact that he'll be prime minister now, and he's here at the party, you care which party. And I think he would very much want to be that because he'll tell kids sit down and be himself.
But hold on a minute. Listen now.
Huh?
Isn't there a part in the Constitution now that says the party determines
the leader?
The leader.
Oh yes.
Well,
so if after now, hold on. If after they put him and they decide that he's going to be prime minister, and they come back now and say, "Listen, we want you as prime minister."
Well, he walk and they become a minority government in the election.
No, but you see, once they agree and once he approached the governor general and said, "Listen, I think I have support of the majority in the house."
So,
and once that is ascertained, it is the governor general who appoints now him as prime minister, not the party.
Right.
So he controls the members to say what they want and do what they want. He's
the prime minister,
appointed legally so by the governor general, and all others have to submit.
Yes. But anyway, I don't think we'll get to that.
No, of course not. What I'm saying,
NNP ain't going nowhere.
It's a scenario.
They ain't going nowhere. Let me take the final call, guys. Final call. Vibes FM caller.
Good afternoon,
yes,
Mr. King.
Yes.
And your host.
Yes.
And your the other man of the station.
Yes.
I listened to it about the whole long while. I listened to the program, especially with Laco. I come to in my mind that all these people that want to try this kind of destabilization thing like that, so they don't love Grenada. They are haters of Grenada. Because I want to understand what better you could do for Grenada than what this government is doing. Just want to find out what better, what you see better. I don't see nothing better, you know. I mean, the government start off on a high note, and not they start low and go high, and they start on a high note and they go higher. So I do not see the reason why you want to make all these problems, and instead of saying support and help the build Grenada, you're trying to destabilize our country. And I'm looking at these people as Laco and the one in Tong and some of those who just bad talk in the country every day. But I want to tell them, our Prime Minister, he was sent by God, and it's only God alone to put him down. He has vision, and he has what you call knowledge, and he has foresight. He could discern evil things before it really happens to him. That's what God gave to him for our country, and we should praise God for that, because at least we ain't seen nothing better in that coming, because we had something before that was so terrible that everybody is afraid of our country. We country become poor by you say, well, the brain drained, then the brain, all our brain left. But now, thank God, some of them coming back because of our Prime Minister today. And I want to tell those other people, they could do what? They could join 9 million parties. It still wouldn't make. And according to him, if it's of God, you go make it. If not of God, you come to naught. And at least you early start, but you go finish with Mr. Antoine. Mr. Antoine started a party. First of all, he started a pressure group. Then he go to some other group, and then he go to a political party. And that's how he start. That's how he end. He said he taking sabbatical leave, and he never seen him again. Just so what happened to Mr. Lackett, and even the one in Tongue, Pedro, shouldn't have happened to them, because there is nothing better, and they would have nothing better to offer to Grenada people. Have a good day and keep the program going. It's a beautiful program. The world hearing the truth. When people come in live, at least you'll come and you'll come make their lives to expose it and say what exactly these are total lie. Right? And that's I really congratulate you and the members of the radio station who keeping the people alive and keeping, especially on the Sundays, you're keeping Grenada calm and soothed and serene and enjoying the beauty of holiness from those old programs. So have a blessed day, Mr. Kim.
Okay.
And keep the going and keep praying for the station that it will continue to last until you want to finish it.
Okay.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, Jacob.
Yes. Finish it when you say so. Yes, I'm not going to do anybody else.
That happened because if you say until you wanted to finish, well, yeah. How long you have to wait for? Forever?
Eternity.
Eternity.
Because we're handing down, you know.
But somebody make a final comment to this. Listen, all these so-called parties that coming up there now is just power-hungry people.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
and selfish people.
Selfish and power-hungry. Okay.
They're going away, man.
They're going away. Finally, one more. Vibes FM, caller. Last caller. Last caller. Last caller, yes. Caller.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. One last thing before you outbreak. I noticed two candidates for the NNP. Now, Nimrod Oliver and what do you want in St. John's? W. Now, big man is big man. But I think we have some big men that get to grow. I can't see that as trying to fool people. I saw a clip where W is eating out of at Kirin, but not doing nothing, or little or nothing in the constituency of St. John's. And he showed the community center. I don't get which part of St. John's it is. When I look at the community center from the outside, I say, well, so all these years, this center there, and nobody attend to it. NNP had the chance to do it, and they didn't do it. Okay, and even the present candidate now, he is talking about it, but he was the MP at one time, and he didn't do it. Next thing, I see a clip where what and already started on that community center. The Chinese changed the roof. They fix up the interior. They painted everything. So it's just the exterior left now to be worked on. And I was wondering, what really going on? Nimran is here now. She is working throughout the Northeast constituency, looking for things yet to be done, and go on social media with it as evidence that nothing being done. But in not going away, much work has been done. These guys are doing something wrong with it. If you want to be a politician, you don't have to be nasty, you don't have to be dirty, you don't have to be dishonest. Deal with the issue as it is. If you could do better, you outline to the people where you could do better. But you see, it's like how much roads that have been done, roads, drains, houses in the constituency. But you're going with the end start yet. They cannot do everything at the same time. These big men and them, they need to grow up. So you come, look at the south. They might pass in a road where, that didn't touch for years. So you go say, and they doing nothing in the south. and they almost accomplished most of the houses that they have to repair, they do that. Those that is beyond repair, they will build it. Okay? Now, because you see a few get to be done, they will say, oh, look at the condition people living under, and we hear that. No, this man must do better than that. And that is typical NNP. They like to go where nothing has been done. Remember, they didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. The night of the election, when they were they want everything done now, right away. I don't know who could do everything everywhere at the same time. God is the only person that in one place and see everything everywhere at the same time. Man cannot do that. And if they're looking at NBC to be gods, they should have made themselves gods first. Because they really wasted 22.5 years under them. And today now they have problem with 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Right. And that will just about wrap it up for today, guys. You know. So Leo.
Well, again, nothing new. The struggle continues. And now that the campaign season is sort of opened, I beseech you guys, take out this one from the gloves. And by next week or week after, we should throw the gloves away. Altogether.
Yeah, man.
Bare knuckles.
Throw it away?
Yeah, well, put away the gloves. Bare knuckles. Remember we should call a brass knuckle?
Brass knuckle, man.
Yes.
Okay, stand by with the brass knuckle. And then we do things.
Yeah. One brass knuckle like
you fighting too? You fighting?
That's what we do all life. You can't quit now. After I swim 7 minutes, I think I was turning back. I finished in the 8th. I'm not turning back now. You're crazy.
Oh my goodness! Yes,
it's always a pleasure.
Yes, thank you.
All right,
before I make my final comment, or rather, put you on a final comment.
Yes.
I want to say it's been a great opportunity to discuss the issue that we talked about today. But one thing I want to say, this weekend for the month of June, we have been having some celebrations. The month of this, the month of that, the week of that, and I think this weekend again we having, as we pointed out in the program, that we having Fisherman's Birthday. But something I want to remind our listeners is that there will be also some tribute paid and recognition and honoring people who have sickle cells. And so there is an event taking place on Saturday, yes, in the afternoon from about 2, to honor them and to encourage and in the form of support and so on. So if you are here in Carriacou, you could join us at the Mohammed Beach Hotel, where we're going to be having this honoring of all those persons who are sick or who have sickle cells. So it's one way to show our support, and looking forward to see all of you there in support of the sicklers.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And that will just wrap up our program for today, right here on Vibe SM, Speak Out Unfiltered, every Thursday between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. We do it for you once a week. I'm your humble servant, yours truly, Kim the King, and wishing you enjoy the rest of your day. And until next time.